elected officials, parliament members, and senior national figures from across the globe, alongside experts, activists, and academia to engage in a crucial dialogue on one of the most pressing issues of our time. As you know, the purpose of this conference is to raise awareness about anti-Semitism and address the challenges we face, especially in the aftermath of the tragic events of October 7th. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to you, our distinguished guest, and especially to those who have traveled from the four corners of the world to join us here today. You honor this event with your presence, friendship, and solidarity with the State of Israel, so thank you for that. I would also like to thank Minister Amichai Shikli, Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Antisemitism, and his team for organizing this conference. I also thank Galit Wahaba Shashu, Director of the Directorate for National Events and Ceremonies at the Prime Minister's Office, and her team for their dedication and immense contribution to this event, and to the ProMarket production team responsible to producing today's program. Throughout this plenary session, we will be honored to host on this stage guests such as MK Gideon Saar, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency MP Horacio Cartes, former President of the Republic of Paraguay, Rabbi Perez, Chairman of the World Mizrahi Movement, Mr. Janez, former Prime Minister of Slovenia, MEP Jordan Bardella, President of the National Rally France, Ambassador David Friedman, former United States Ambassador to Israel, Mr. Sylvan Adams, Israeli-Canadian businessman and philanthropist and President of the World Jewish Congress Israel region, and many other distinguished guests. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. We will discuss critical and timely topics such as how to confront the unholy alliance between anti-Semitism and progressivism, and how radical Islam is funding anti-Semitism in the West. We are delighted to welcome Ms. Mercedes Sharp, who will lead a fascinating discussion on the relationship between Judaism and Christianity and its expression in today's world. David Collier, an investigative journalist who exposed the fake BBC documentary on Gaza, will share how to distinguish between narrative and truth in media coverage. Later in this plenary session, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, will deliver a keynote speech. And to close our gathering with inspiration and a smile, we have a stand-up comedian, Ami Kozak, who will take on the stage. And now, I am pleased to invite Minister Amichai Shikli, Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Antisemitism, and our host today to deliver his opening remarks. Minister Shikli, please.
Tzaharaim tovim. Good afternoon, bereaved families and families of the hostages, honored rabbis and pastors, Minister of Foreign Affairs, my friend Gideon Saar, distinguished head of states, former President of Paraguay, Horacio Cartes, former Prime Minister of Slovenia, Janša, President of the National Rally in France, Jordan Bardella, esteemed members of the European Parliament, my dear friend Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, leaders of Jewish communities and organizations from all across the world, from the US, Canada, through Europe, all the way to Australia, Jewish students and influencers who have been on the forefront of this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to defend our friends and allies, especially our friends of the European Parliament who have chosen to come to Israel during wartime, as we all experienced during the break, to visit Gaza border communities and participate in this event. And I also I also want to apologize to them for the lies spread against them by those who slander the state of Israel worldwide. Thank you for being with us here in Jerusalem, Israel eternal capital. Gracias, merci, toda. How surprising. The charges against you were led, first and foremost, by Haaretz newspaper, a far-left and a pro-Palestinian newspaper that over the past decade, and especially since the war began, has become a beacon of lies, an anti-Zionist propaganda tool, a source of delegitimization and demonization of the State of Israel and our IDF brave soldiers. Haaretz and others like them do not represent the Jewish people, do not represent Israeli society, and outmost, they do not represent the State of Israel. At a time like this, with its tsunami of hate and radicalism, we need you, courageous leaders, leaders that confront reality rather than offering illusions, leaders that understand the grave threat facing not just our Jewish communities worldwide, but the entire Western civilization and the Judeo-Christian value system. The attack on our shared belief that every human being is created in the image of God, that human life is sacred, and that freedom is the fundamental condition enabling us to fulfill our purpose. The threat of radical Islam, a medieval ideology that glorifies death and despises life, rejects freedom, democracy, and basic human rights. According to the Global Terrorism Database report by the University of Maryland, since the year of 2000, over 90% terror attacks globally have been carried out by radical Islamists. More than 70% of terror victims worldwide, 300,000 people, have been murdered in these attacks. Most of them are Muslims themselves. And let's speak the truth about anti-Semitism today in Europe. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans who were brutally attacked were not attacked by Dutch citizens. They were attacked by radical Islamist immigrants. Axel, the 12-year-old Jewish girl in France, was not raped by Frenchmen, but by a gang of barbaric Islamists who, before raping her, lectured her about the so-called genocide in Gaza. Vast majority of violent anti-Semitic attacks in Europe are carried out by radical Islamists. Now let's speak the truth about Hamas. On October 7, the attack was not about borders. It was not about land. It was pure anti-Semitism, a fusion of radical Islamic fanaticism with Nazi racial doctrines, Islamo-Nazism. Hamas charter is explicit, open with a quote of the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan al-Banna. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam obliterated. That is the opening statement of Hamas character. Hamas character is filled with conspiracy theories straight out of the protocols of the elders of Zion. It combines religious anti-Semitism with modern racial hate. This ideology did not begin with Hamas. It has a deep historical roots. In the year of 627, Muhammad's frustration at the Jewish tribes of Arabia rejecting his message led to the massacre of Bnei Qurayza, where nearly 900 Jewish men were beheaded in Medina. Jews are portrayed in the Quran as traitors, descended of monkeys and pigs, enemies of God. The Jewish community of Khaybar was annihilated, and to this day they chant in all these pro-Hamas rallies, "Bonjour, monsieur." And to this day, they are chanting, "Khaybar, Khaybar, ya Yahud, Jish Muhammad Sayahud," a battle cry heard in Hamas rallies from Istanbul to what is left from London. Nazi ideology was not confined to Europe. By the 30s, it has spread deeply into the Middle East. Hitler was admired in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and mandatory Palestine. His book, Mein Kampf, translated into Arabic, remains a bestseller to this day. 20 minutes from here, you can buy it almost at every bookstore in Ramallah, and it is no coincidence that Hamas marches includes Nazi salutes, and it is not a coincidence that swastikas appeared on kites flying over the Israeli border in the demonstrations on Gaza border previous to the war. The threat of radical Islam is the most dangerous of all. The horrific scenes we witnessed 2 weeks ago in Syria and a year and a half ago in Gaza border communities bear no mistake. This is radical Islam's grand vision for humanity. And the great problem of the West is that under the guise of discourse on Palestinian rights or resistance to invented colonialism and apartheid, Islamist fanatics who have learned to wear suits or give their organization friendly names such as CARE or SJP are finding allies. Many of these allies, especially young people on college campuses, are nothing more than useful idiots. But some, often professors or far-left politicians, despise the very civilization that granted them freedom. The heads of Ivy League universities, Jeremy Corbyn in Britain, Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France, Pedro Sanchez in Spain, Antonio Guterres at the United Nations, or all those European foreign ministers lining up to shake hands with an ISIS former commander dressed as a statesman, Ahmad Ashara, a terrorist in a suit who butchered thousands of Syrian civilians with medieval cruelty. They all represent the West's moral collapse, and I have nothing but contempt for them. Thank you. To fight anti-Semitism, lightening the Eiffel Tower after a deadly terror attack is nice, but it's far from being enough. To fight anti-Semitism, we need real, concrete action. Immediate expulsion and visa revocation for Hamas and Hezbollah supporters in the West. Cutting funding to universities that fail to protect Jewish students. A clear, moral, and uncompromising stance without hypocrisy, without appeasement. What we are seeing today from the current US administration under the leadership of President Trump, this is how you fight anti-Semitism. And this is the complete opposite of the previous administration approach, which preferred issuing reports, collaboration with pro-Hamas elements such as CARE, and very little action. The Ministry of Diaspora Affairs will continue to work with leaders and organizations who see the reality clearly, with those willing and ready to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work. Because against anti-Semitism, we don't need efforts. We need a full-scale war. And for truth to prevail and for a brighter future for our children, האמת והשלום אהבו. Thank you. תודה רבה.
Thank you, Minister Shikli. I want to invite to the stage Member of Knesset Gidon Saar, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please.
My good friend, Minister Amichai Shikli, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, ministers, member of parliament, ambassadors, distinguished guests. In the Middle East, Jews were persecuted because of their religion. In the 19th and 20th centuries, they were reviled because of their race. Today, Jews are attacked because of the existence of the nation state, Israel. Denying Israel's right to exist is the new anti-Semitism. These were the words of the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks. Anti-Semitism is one of the world's oldest diseases. It is certainly the world's oldest hatred. Hatred of our ancestors dates back to biblical times. Paro sought to destroy the people of Israel by drowning its sons in the Nile. But he failed. When Moses fought this hatred, he was fighting for the principle of freedom. Defending the Jewish people has always been a fight for freedom. But the persecution of Jews continued throughout the ages. In medieval times, Jews were blamed for many of society's problems. They were accused of poisoning wells. They were blamed for plagues and misfortunes. In the name of religion, Jews were expelled from countries, forced into ghettos, and killed in brutal massacres. The Spanish Inquisition attacked Jews who held on to their religion in secret. Give up your Judaism or be expelled. Many enemies tried to destroy the Jewish people by attacking the Jewish religion. They did not succeed. So anti-Semitism sought a new strategy. In history's most heinous crime, Hitler did not try to destroy the Jewish religion. He sought to destroy the Jewish race. 6 million Jews were murdered in the most systematic and horrifying genocide the world has ever seen. The Nazis attempted to erase the Jewish people from the face of the earth. Our nation is one of the most ancient peoples in the world. It should today have been one of the largest nations in the world. While the disease of anti-Semitism did not eliminate us, it caused endless pain and suffering. It caused an ancient nation to be a small nation. Our people were murdered time and again across the world because we did not have the means to defend ourselves. The lessons of our long and painful past were clear. After anti-Semitism targeted both the Jews' religion and race, we needed a Jewish state to defend ourselves by ourselves. Anti-Zionism, the rejection of Israel's right to exist, is the new anti-Semitism. Its goal is the same, the destruction of the Jewish people. But its method is to deny the Jewish people our basic right to self-defense. It uses demonization, delegitimization, and double standards towards the Jewish state. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched its deadly attack against Israel. The radical Islamist world, led by Iran, united on 7 fronts to try and eliminate the Jewish state. When they failed to do so on the battleground, they pivoted to a new weapon, which is legal warfare. They turned to the institutions of international law to try and tie our hands. They sought to remove Israel's ability to defend itself. We see this in the anti-Semitic actions of the ICC, ICJ, and the United Nations Human Rights Council. Just 2 weeks ago, the Council's Commission of Inquiry published a modern-day anti-Semitic blood libel. It accused the victims of Hamas sexual crimes of the very crimes committed against them. These institutions were created to promote justice and make the world safer. Instead, they have become tools for those wishing to erase the Jewish state. It is not just radical Islamists behind the new anti-Semitism. It is a disturbing alliance between the radical progressives on the far left and Islamist fundamentalism. In the name of so-called human rights, the progressive movement fell captive to those seeking the destruction of the Jewish people. The radical axis of Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah uses the progressives and their institutions for their own agenda, dismantling Israel. Anti-Semitism is just the tip of the spear of the radical alliance's larger fight against freedom, and the Jewish people are on the front lines of this battle. We see this in Israel, in Amsterdam, in Orleans, France, at the Adas Israel Synagogue of Melbourne, and the Beit Tikva Synagogue in Montreal, and on college campuses in America. The Radical Alliance is not just a threat to the Jewish people. It is a danger to freedom itself. The new anti-Semitism represents the threat to Western values and global order. Because these same forces attacking Israel are the ones targeting other democracies, particularly the United States. It is a war between the radical alliance and moderate countries who value life and liberty. And what starts with Jews never ends with Jews. Martin Luther King Jr., the champion of civil rights, said, I'm quoting, "When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism." Decisive action against anti-Semitism makes the free world safer. We are seeing the results in America. President Trump has taken bold steps to hold universities accountable for allowing anti-Semitism on campus. We praise him for that. He signed an executive order allowing the deportation of foreign Hamas supporters. Other countries must follow suit. Europe, on whose soil the Holocaust occurred, must fight harder. Anti-Semitism and the Radical Alliance promoting it must be met with a firm fist. We will soon celebrate the holiday of Passover, also known as the holiday of freedom, when Moses led the people of Israel to liberty from Pharaoh. He saved not only the Jewish future, he saved the future of humanity. The principle of freedom, the Judeo-Christian basis of Western civilization, was born at that moment. Today, these values are again under attack. Just as then, freedom will prevail against an enemy seeking to destroy the Jewish people. I want to thank my friend Minister Amichai Shikli for his initiative. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy this important convention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Sal, for your important speech. In recent years, we have witnessed a troubling phenomenon. The very movements that once championed human rights, tolerance, and justice are now entangled in narratives that fuel anti-Semitism. Our panel discussion will explore how this paradox has arisen, and more importantly, how it can be addressed. I would like to invite Dr. Gadi Taub, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Mr. Arno Klausfeld, Franco-Israeli jurist and politician, Mrs. Cariz Rea, producer at Epoch Times and a fellow at the Middle East Forum, Mrs. Natasha Hausdorff, barrister and legal director of the UK LFI Charitable Trust, and Mr. Stephen Thompson, founder of Visegrad 24, to join me for the discussion. Thank you all for joining me for this important panel. We are going to discuss the connections between progressivism and anti-Semitism. And Mrs. Hausdorff, I would like to start with you. Take us to the point, yeah, you can just take one of them. Take us to the point when the progressivism and the anti-Semitism are bonding together.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I think it's extraordinary, first of all, to see such an enormous group of people from around the world coming together with one goal, with one aim, to combat anti-Semitism. And to be able to do that, perhaps to better understand this new anti-Semitism that Foreign Minister Tsar was starting to unpack for us. And unfortunately, the progressivism, so-called, has a great deal to answer for in the context of this new anti-Semitism that is focused on the Jewish state, the Jew amongst the nations. And it strikes me that at the core of this, and everything that we have been witnessing on university campuses in particular, in the US, across Europe, is something actually that I saw recently dealt with in a very impressive paper. I know Elisa Lewin from the Louis Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law is here with us. An impressive paper put out by that organization on erasure anti-Semitism. This is a form of anti-Semitism that seeks to erase Jewish identity, and in particular, Jewish racial and national identity, and the link between the Jews and the State of Israel. And this is why I think it is particularly closely linked with the new anti-Semitism that we have heard already addressed. In particular, it seeks to deny the Jewish people's indigeneity in Judea, in the land of Israel, Eretz Israel, and to take away that central connection is also an erasure of the historical and religious underpinnings of the Jewish presence here. But it's that historical denialism which plays into, and this is perhaps the last aspect of this I'll unpack, the weaponization of international law, international legal phraseology, which is also a particular plank of progressive anti-Semitism. The words that we are now very familiar with, the modern blood libels, occupation, ethnic cleansing, colonialism, apartheid, and now genocide, they all have something very important in common. They follow this pattern of blaming the victims of these acts of the very crimes that were committed against them. So we have, the Jordanian occupation of Judea and Samaria and East Jerusalem, the ethnic cleansing of Jews, colonialism before the establishment of the State of Israel, the real apartheid. There are no Jews in areas A and B of the West Bank. The only Jews in Gaza are those still being brutally held hostage by Hamas. And of course, the real acts of genocide that occurred on the 7th of October and that have been threatened over and over again. And the way that these new strains of anti-Semitism have found so much fertile ground in academia, in international discourse, in the media, is integral to this new anti-Semitism and to the way that the progressive left in particular has sought to weaponize this phenomenon. It is by understanding it and analysing it that I think we will all be far better empowered to be able to tackle it in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Arno Clausel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And I am wondering, how do you see this connection? How do you see these expressions in France, for example, and in particular in the way that the political right in France is being covered in the media?
Well, I would like to thank the initiative of Mr. Amirai Shikli in inviting Jordan Bardella of the Rassemblement National Party, which is led by Marine Le Pen, because it's a very wise initiative. Today, the Rassemblement National, which is no more the extreme right, is a party which favors the Jews and understands the complexity of Israel in living in a hostile neighborhood. And it's a major change in the political life of France. And today, the extreme left has become the extreme right, and the extreme right has become a party which favors the Jews and understand Israel and support Israel. A lot of people say, well, how can it be? How did it change? Well, if you remember history, my father, maybe a lot of people here know my family, Serge and Beata Klarsfeld. My mother was twice presented by the Knesset for the Nobel Peace Prize. My father and mother tracked down the Nazi criminal all over the world and brought them to justice. My cousin Dor Sadeh was killed in Kfar Aza, liberating the kibbutz on October 9th. His grandfather died in the 1973 war, during the Yom Kippur War. So we know what it is to fight for Israel, and we know what it is to fight the extreme right. But when we see that the extreme right is no longer the extreme right, well, we have to say it. We have to be clear. And the dangers in France for the Jews are now the extreme left and the radical Islam. It's obvious for everyone who is really honest. So we have to take this into account and remember that for example, my father says that during the First World War, it was the Germans who liberated the Jews from the Russian pogroms. And 20 years later, it was the Russians who liberated the Jews from the German pogroms. Anti-Semitism changed in history, and we have to take that into account. And the initiative of Mr. Shikli and the Israeli government to invite the Rassemblement National in Israel for the first time, it's a very major change, is something which is honest and take into account the changes which happen in France. And a lot of Jews in France fear the extreme left and the radical Islam. And who is fighting the radical Islam? The Rassemblement National, and a little bit the center party and the right, but not the extreme left, which is gaining power through La France Insoumise, and not too much the center. So it's a very good initiative, and all the Jews in France should be thankful to Mr. Shikli for that initiative.
Mr. Thompson, what is the role of the media in this situation? Arno was speaking about how the radical Islam and the progressivism were more, you consider more anti-Semitism, and how the right is still being portrayed as the anti-Semite group. But what is the role of the media in this situation?
I think that the world makes a lot more sense when you start to understand that the left doesn't hate oppression, it hates competence, it hates excellence. And the media is filled with leftist activists who very much embody the hatred of competence, of excellence, of talent, of hard work. And essentially what we have, it is not, the war on hierarchy is not a war on hierarchy led by the left because hierarchy is fundamentally unjust. It is because the leftist, in his incompetence, is never able to rise to the top of the hierarchy unless he games the system. And that is, in many ways, the Jewish people have outperformed, and they've outperformed wherever they've been in the diaspora. The state of Israel is a beacon in the Middle East. It's a beacon of talent, of success, of building an ecosystem of amazing tech companies. It is the story of turning the desert and the swamp into fertile agricultural land. It is a story of talent, hard work, excellence, and competence, everything that the left despises. And thus, we have a media that is filled with incompetent people, filled with resentful people.
Do you think we need, maybe we should do a difference between the left and the progressivism left? Is there a difference?
No, of course there's a difference. It would be unfair to characterize every single leftist as someone who's pathologically incompetent. I'm a reasonable man. I believe there are reasonable leftists. The progressivists, the radical progressivists, certainly hate talent and absolutely hate competence. And that is the embodiment of that. I think there is a very strong link between those things, and I hope that Gadi here, who's on this panel, will be able to tell us much more about that. I think he's much better placed to talk about it than I am. But the media certainly has, in a very strange alliance, has made, the progressives have found very strange bedfellows, and they found them both amongst the Islamists, amongst the increasing number of migrants from radical Muslim countries and their progeny, second and third generation. Every single data set that we have shows us that in the West, second and third generation migrants from Middle Eastern countries are more radical than the ones who left initially. They have become a fertile ground of voters, and thus they are that is partially led by that. And then we have the horseshoe theory, where I think Karis will be able to tell us more about that, where we have we have the woke left, and of course we have an element of the woke right that has also become resentful. But it is fundamentally, I do think that much of this can be tracked down to envy and resentment. And I think that we see a lot of that in media, and especially in modern mainstream media. And that is, in many ways you can classify the radical progressivist, it can be described as the embodiment of Cain.
Dr. Gadi Taub, not many people, I will phrase it different. There were media platforms that didn't want this conference to exist. Can you connect between this resistance to this conference and what we are speaking about in this panel?
Absolutely. Haaretz, which you are alluding to, is the branch of progressivism in Israel. And allegedly, Haaretz contacted probably many of you, telling you that you should stay away from this conference because there are right-wing people here, and some of them have a past that is anti-Semitic, and so you are defeating the purpose. While I think we could read this much more simply. Haaretz is an anti-Semitic paper, and it doesn't like us fighting anti-Semitism. That is all. That is the whole story. Because I don't know if you know, Haaretz has been, the mission of Haaretz ever since Amos Shokan has taken it. I should make a disclaimer here. They fired me. They fired me for having an opinion that is not theirs.
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech. Amos Shokan said Gadi Taub's opinions are illegitimate and should not be heard because I supported the reform. Half of the country is illegitimate in the eyes of the elite, and this is the essence of progressivism, right? Because what the progressives, the progressive way to defend democracy is to paralyze citizens, because citizens, in their opinion, are the greatest danger to the democratic form of government. So Haaretz has been systematically undermining Zionism, and the enmity between progressivism and Zionism is central. It's essential, and you cannot bypass it. Because in the progressive worldview, justice is identified with weakness. The weaker you are, the more just you are considered. And Zionism is about gaining power. Because in the eyes of Zionism, it is immoral to remain weak if you can have power, because power is the only way to do good in the world. One of the ways to do good in the world is defend ourselves. This is why we are proud of our military, we are proud of our economy, we are proud, Stephen, of our competence, because being weak and whining is not moral in the eyes of Zionism. So I'll tell you just briefly this story, because I've been following this for 30 years. Haaretz has been systematically undermining Zionism. That was its mission. It began in the 90s when they gave the post-colonial students of Zionism, the school of post-colonial Edward Said style studies are inherently anti-Semitic, and they've imported this to Israel, and these literary supplements of Haaretz gave them front and center. Not only were their works, which portrays Zionism as a colonial movement, illegitimate morally. Not only were their works front and center, the reviewers in Haaretz were the people of this school. Yet they kept saying they're not anti-Zionists. They suddenly declared this. Do you know when? September of 2023. Aluf Ben, the editor of Haaretz, declared a special project, as he called it. It's time, he said, to take the word Jewish out of the definition of the state as the Jewish and democratic. It will remain only democratic. Why did he suddenly confess what the Haaretz has been doing for so long? Because the reform was defeated, and the Supreme Court was further empowered. And the only way to make this state not Jewish is to annihilate democracy. Because so long as you have a Jewish majority and universal suffrage, we would choose Saturday as our day of rest, the Jewish calendar as our holidays, the Hebrew language and the rest of the Jewish tradition as our roots. And then the project was shelved, because 2.5 weeks later was October 7th. And then it would be a hard sell for Jews to say that you don't need a Jewish state. But Aluf Ben was angling for a way to cancel the Jewish character of the state of Israel via a minority that rules the Supreme Court, and our Supreme Court is progressive. The opinion of the judges of the Supreme Court is about the same as Meretz, which didn't make it to the parliament because they didn't pass the threshold. So it's a tiny progressive minority opinion, and the editor of Haaretz saw an opportunity to impose the state of all its citizens, to cancel the Jewish character of the state via the Supreme Court by striking down the law that defines the national character of Israel. He could only do it after the defeat of democracy. Now this project has been shelved. Thank you.
Thank you, Gadi. Caris, we have to speak about something which maybe is not speaking much, and it's the connection between progressivism to some figures who are considered themselves as right, like Candace Owens, like Tucker Carlson, and I think this is something that we all have interest in.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me on this panel to talk about this. I'd just like to preface this by saying that I am a proud America First, pro-Trump, MAGA conservative. And I have been covering anti-Semitism on the progressive left and within radical Islam for the last 15 years. But now there is an even newer anti-Semitism than the new anti-Semitism that we see percolating within the MAGA America First camp. Does anybody know how many followers Tucker Carlson has on X, for example? I'll give you a hint, it's more than there are Jews in the world, okay? And here are the things, since October 7th, I have a list here, that have come out of either Tucker's mouth or the mouths of guests that he proudly endorses. The Mossad carried out 9/11 and assassinated JFK. October 7th was a false flag attack. Stalin was a Jew, so was Ataturk. Jews were kidnapping Christian children in Nazi Germany. The Star of David has satanic origins. Israel oppresses Christians. Hitler wasn't as bad as people imagine, and Nazi atrocities were exaggerated. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Mossad. Israel is genociding children in Gaza. Jews are Bolsheviks. Hamas didn't commit rape or kill babies on October 7th. Israel is a client state of America. Zionists control the media and rule Wall Street. AIPAC is a foreign lobby that wields undue power and influence over the US government. The Israelis deliberately attacked the USS Liberty. Zionists are warmongering neocons trying to goad America into war with Iran. American Jews are more loyal to Israel. Netanyahu has secret plans for a greater Israel. Israel is responsible for all conflict in the Middle East.
I think we understood who is the person.
Oh, really? Because I have like 2 more hours of this. Why is this important to talk about? Why am I mentioning this? Because people have noticed that while this group of people of which Tucker Carlson is considered the godhead of, call themselves pro-America first, pro-Trump, they are actually using the same tactics and behaviors, and they even have the same values as progressives, woke progressives on the left, which is why this group has, in my opinion, rightly been termed the woke right, as well as other less charitable names. And in what ways are they progressive? They are utilizing things like identity politics. They have a victimhood complex. They embrace moral relativism, postmodernism, cancel culture, bullying, self-righteousness. The list goes on and on. There is a battle for MAGA's soul right now, and people are not paying attention. And if we don't preserve what Trump is trying to do and rooting out anti-Semitism, we saw what happened with the left. It doesn't take more than a small group of people to hijack an entire party and make the majority beholden to the minority. So we have to start speaking about this now. Yesterday, Natan Sharansky said that we have to be able at the dinner or at the president's residence, that we have to be able to call out the right just like we call out the left. We have to be able to call out our own party because identity politics knows no bounds.
Thank you. As you can see, we've left only with 4 minutes, and I do want to hear each of you one more time. So if you can submit for us in one sentence, each one of you, the future of the bonding between progressivism to anti-Semitism.
I think the essence of this, as with combating anti-Semitism more broadly, is ultimately education. I have been extremely privileged for the last 10 years to be involved with an incredible organisation called UK Lawyers for Israel. Our CEO, Jonathan Turner, and his wife, Caroline, who have led the way on this across that period, are here, and I'm incredibly grateful to their leadership. And as legal director of the UK LFI Charitable Trust, one of our major focuses in terms of combating anti-Semitism is education. And the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that the truth is on our side. Everything that I set out earlier, all of these elements of the new manifestation of anti-Semitism, these modern blood libels, they are false. We have the facts and we have the law with us. And so I think the education and the, if I may say, tachlis approach, which I would certainly advocate very strongly for, is going to be our route through this. The ancient blood libel that Jews killed Christian children to use their blood to make matzah or for religious ritual was extremely widely believed. It's still believed in certain pockets, especially in the Middle East, but for the most part we've been able to eradicate that falsehood. And the same will go for the falsehoods, the blood libels that the progressives in particular have trafficked in to date, and those weaponized terms of international law, which are so far gaining so much traction at the International Court of Justice, at the International Criminal Court,
Natasha,
and at the UN.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Taub, please, in one sentence.
One sentence. Do not apologize, but attack. When they blame us for racism, thank you, don't explain and don't apologize. Blame them for racism because they are the autoimmune disease by which racism has re-entered our culture, and we should call them out instead of apologizing ourselves.
Thank you.
One sentence. The pessimistic point of view is that each generation of Jews had to fight against anti-Semitism. And the optimistic point of view is that the Jews were here when the pyramids were built, and the Jews are still here when the skyscrapers are built. So there's hope, and each Jew has to cherish the memory of the Shoah and defend the state of Israel.
I would just say that if people aren't familiar, they should understand something called the horseshoe theory, which is the idea that the political spectrum is not a line, but in actuality, it's a horseshoe, so the farther to the left and the farther to the right you get, you actually loop back around and you tend in the same direction. And at the core of that, today we're seeing not just an anti-Semitic subgroup, but it is also anti-American and anti-Western. And also, I think we should get the hashtag Tucker Carlson trending.
The good news is that we are the side that builds, we are the side of competence, we are the side of talent, we are the side of hard work. Our enemies only know how to destroy, and we will keep building no matter how hard they press against us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Taub, Mr. Klausfeld, Mrs. Rea, Mrs. Hausdorff, and Mr. Thompson. Thank you for being with us on this panel. It is now my distinct honor to invite a true friend of Israel and the Jewish people to the stage, a leader whose actions have demonstrated unwavering support and moral clarity. As President of the Republic of Paraguay, he made historic decisions that strengthened the bond between our nations, and his voice continues to resonate on the global stage in the fight against anti-Semitism and defense of truth and justice. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Horacio Cortez, former President of the Republic of Paraguay.
Very good night for each of you. Señor Ministro del Estado de Israel, Benjamín Netanyahu. Señor Presidente del Estado de Israel, Isaac Herzog. Señor Presidente del Parlamento de Israel, Amir Ohana. Demás autoridades civiles y militares del Estado de Israel, participantes e invitados a este gran evento, miembros de mi delegación, señoras y señores. El corazón me late de emoción al volver a Jerusalén. Es un verdadero privilegio haber sido invitado a participar de esta gran conferencia y más aún haber sido honrado con la oportunidad de ser uno de los oradores. No puedo dejar de expresar mi anhelo más profundo, que todos los caídos y todos los secuestrados que aún permanecen en cautiverio regresen pronto a Israel. Desde el mismo 7 de octubre de 2023 hemos elevado oraciones por ellos y por sus familias. Desde Paraguay acompañamos el dolor, pero también compartimos la esperanza. Deseamos ferviente la paz para Israel. Introduction, okay.
Mr. Prime Minister of the State of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, Mr. President of the State of Israel, Isaac Herzog, Mr. Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, Amir Ohana, other civil and military authorities of the State of Israel, participants and guests at this great event, members of my delegation, ladies and gentlemen. My heart is pounding with emotion as I return to Jerusalem. It is a real privilege to have been invited to take part in this conference, and even more, to have been honored with the opportunity to be one of its speakers. I cannot but express my deepest wish that all the fallen and all the hostages still in captivity will soon return to Israel. Since October 7, 2023, we have been praying for them and their families. From Paraguay, we share your pain, but we also share your hope. We fervently desire peace for Israel.
Es un verdadero honor dirigirme a ustedes en un momento en que la verdad debe ser dicha con claridad y sin miedo. Estoy aquí no solo como un expresidente de Paraguay, sino como un amigo de Israel, un amigo de su pueblo, un aliado de su causa. Y cuando un amigo habla, lo hace desde la lealtad y desde el compromiso y desde la convicción inquebrantable de que la justicia no es negociable.
It is an honor to address you at a time when the truth must be spoken clearly and without fear. I am here not only as a former president of Paraguay, but as a friend of Israel, a friend of its people, an ally to its cause. And when a friend speaks, he speaks from loyalty, from commitment, and from the unwavering conviction that justice is non-negotiable.
Hoy estoy acá porque hay dos cosas que no se pueden callar. Hay momentos en la historia donde el silencio no es neutralidad, sino que es complicidad, y este es uno de ellos.
I am here today because there are two things that cannot be kept silent. There are moments in history when silence is not neutrality, but complicity, and this is one of them.
La causa de Israel no es solo la de un Estado, es la causa de la libertad, de la dignidad y del derecho inalienable de un pueblo a existir en su propia tierra. Un pueblo que ha sabido resistir, reconstruirse, prosperar a pesar de los siglos de odio y persecución. Un pueblo que ha sido la luz para el mundo en ciencia, cultura y valores, pero que paradójicamente ha sido perseguido sin tregua. Cada vez que el odio ha apuntado contra los judíos, el mundo entero ha pagado el precio, porque los judíos han sido a lo largo de la historia el termómetro moral de la humanidad. Cuando se le ha perseguido ha sido señal de que la civilización ha perdido el rumbo. Desde hace siglos el antisemitismo ha cambiado de rostro para sobrevivir.
Israel's cause is not just the cause of a state, it is the cause of freedom, dignity, and the inalienable right of a people to exist in their own land. A people that has resisted, rebuilt, and thrived despite centuries of hatred and persecution. A people that has been a light to the world in science, culture, and values, but which paradoxically has been relentlessly persecuted. Whenever hatred has been directed against the Jews, the whole world has paid the price. For Jews have been, throughout history, the moral thermometer of humanity. When they have been persecuted, it has been a sign that civilization has lost its way. For centuries, anti-Semitism has changed its face in order to survive.
Primero se disfrazó de intolerancia religiosa. Se acusó a los judíos de no creer como los demás. Luego, en los siglos XIX y XX, se convirtió en racismo. Se le dijo que no importaba lo que hicieran, que su identidad era un pecado. Y hoy, en pleno siglo XXI, el antisemitismo ha encontrado un nuevo disfraz. Se llama antisionismo.
First, it was disguised as religious intolerance. Jews were accused of not believing like everyone else. Then, in the 19th and 20th century, it became racism. They were told that no matter what they did, their very identity was a sin. And today, in the 21st century, anti-Semitism has found a new disguise. It's called anti-Zionism.
No se ataca solo a los judíos como individuos, se ataca su derecho a tener una patria, a existir como nación, a ser dueños de su destino. Si bien la crítica a las políticas de cualquier gobierno es legítima, el antisionismo se convierte en antisemitismo cuando niega el derecho fundamental del pueblo judío a la autodeterminación en su patria ancestral. Se disfrazan los viejos odios con discurso de crítica legítima, pero no es crítica, cuando el objetivo es borrar a Israel del mapa. No es disenso cuando el propósito es deslegitimar su existencia.
It is not only Jews as individuals who are attacked. It is their right to have a homeland, to exist as a nation, to be masters of their destiny. While criticism of any government's policies is legitimate, anti-Zionism becomes anti-Semitism when it denies the fundamental right of the Jewish people to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Old hatreds are disguised with talk of legitimate criticism, but it is not criticism when the aim is to wipe Israel off the map. It is not dissent when the purpose is to delegitimize its existence.
Thank you. Cuando a un solo país en el mundo se le niega el derecho a existir, a defenderse legítimamente contra terroristas, eso no es política, es clara discriminación. Cuando se juzga a Israel con reglas que no se aplican a ninguna otra nación, eso no es debate, es prejuicio. Cuando se le niega el derecho a defenderse de quienes buscan su destrucción, eso no es pacifismo, es complicidad con el terrorismo.
When one single country in the world is denied the right to exist and to legitimately defend itself against terrorists, that is not politics, that is clear discrimination. When Israel is judged by rules that do not apply to any other nation, that is not debate, it is prejudice. When you are denied the right to defend yourself against those who seek your destruction, that is not pacifism, that is complicity with terrorism.
Y cuando se pretende desconocer a Jerusalén como su capital, cuando se le dice al único Estado judío del mundo que no puede decidir dónde poner su gobierno, cuando se exige de Israel lo que jamás se le exigiría a ningún otro país, eso no es diplomacia, es antisemitismo.
And when you pretend to disown Jerusalem as its capital, when you tell the only Jewish state in the world that it cannot decide where to have its government, when you demand of Israel what you would never demand of any other country, that is not diplomacy, that is anti-Semitism.
En Paraguay sabemos lo que significa el sufrimiento profundo y la pérdida masiva. Como nación, llevamos en nuestra historia la dolorosa marca de la guerra de la Triple Alianza, un conflicto que fue un genocidio, desapareciendo casi por completo la población masculina. Si bien reconocemos que el Holocausto posee una singularidad terrible, marcada por la monstruosidad del antisemitismo, que llevó a la deshumanización sistemática y al exterminio de uno de los países más cultos de Europa, comprendemos más profundamente el dolor de un pueblo que ha enfrentado la aniquilación. Esta experiencia nos conecta de manera especial con el pueblo judío y nos hace ser aún más sensibles a cualquier forma de odio y persecución.
In Paraguay, we know what deep suffering and massive loss mean. As a nation, we bear in our history the painful mark of the War of the Triple Alliance, a conflict so brutal it amounted to genocide, wiping out almost the entire male population. We recognize that the unique horror of the Holocaust, marked by the monstrosity of anti-Semitism that led to systematic dehumanization and extermination in one of the most cultured countries in Europe, we deeply understand the pain of a people who have faced annihilation. This experience connects us in a special way with the Jewish people and makes us even more sensitive to any form of hatred and persecution.
Paraguay ha sido un país que ha entendido esto. Durante mi mandato como presidente, tuvimos el honor de trasladar la embajada paraguaya a Jerusalén, la capital eterna del pueblo judío. Y aunque después de mi mandato esa decisión fue revertida, celebro que el gobierno del presidente actual del Paraguay, Santiago Peña, haya reivindicado lo que siempre fue justo y correcto, reconocer a Jerusalén como la capital de Israel y reabrir nuestra embajada en su verdadero lugar. Porque Israel no necesita que el mundo le diga dónde está su capital. Israel sabe dónde está su corazón y lo que defendemos la verdad también lo sabemos.
Paraguay has been a country that has understood this. During my term as president, we had the honor of moving the Paraguayan embassy to Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the Jewish people. And although after my term in office that decision was reversed, I welcome the fact that the government of President Santiago Peña has vindicated again what was always just and right, recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and reopening our embassy in its rightful place. Because Israel does not need the world to tell it where its capital is. Israel knows where its heart is, and so do those of us who stand for the truth.
El antisemitismo es el síntoma de una sociedad enferma y es la señal de alerta de que los valores que sostienen la convivencia y la civilización están en peligro. Por eso, cuando vemos que en universidades, parlamentos y redes sociales se repiten discursos que deshumanizan a los judíos, cuando se normalizan ataques contra ellos en las calles de Europa y América, cuando se justifica el terrorismo que asesina a civiles inocentes en Israel, no estamos viendo un problema aislado. Estamos viendo el avance de la intolerancia y el colapso de la moralidad internacional.
Anti-Semitism is the symptom of a sick society. It is the warning sign that the values that sustain coexistence and civilization are under threat. Therefore, when we see speeches that dehumanize Jews being repeated in universities, parliament, and social networks, when attacks against Jews are normalized in the streets of Europe and America, when terrorism that murders innocent civilians in Israel is justified, we are not seeing an isolated problem. We are witnessing the advance of intolerance and the collapse of international morality.
Aquí quiero ser aún más claro. El antisemitismo no se derrota con indiferencia ni con buenas intenciones. Se derrota con determinación, con acción y con una postura firme contra quienes propagan el odio. Por eso hoy estamos acá, no para quedarnos con discursos vacíos, sino para reafirmar que no seremos cómplices del silencio, porque la historia ya nos enseñó a dónde conducen el silencio. Ya nos mostró qué ocurre cuando las naciones miran hacia otro lado, mientras el odio se expande. Nosotros no cometeremos el mismo error. Israel no está solo. Mientras existan naciones y líderes con convicción, jamás estará solo.
And here I want to be even clearer. Anti-Semitism cannot be defeated by indifference or good intentions. It is defeated with determination, with action, and with a firm stance against those who spread hatred. That is why we're here today, not to make empty speeches, but to reaffirm that we will not be complicit in silence, because history has already taught us where silence leads. It has shown us what happens when nations look the other way while hatred spreads. We will not make the same mistake. Israel is not alone. And as long as there are nations and leaders with conviction, it will never be alone.
Desde Paraguay, desde América Latina, desde cada rincón del mundo donde la verdad aún importe, el mensaje es claro. Israel tiene el derecho a existir, a defenderse y a prosperar en paz. Y aquellos que intenten negarle esos derechos están del lado equivocado de la historia.
From Paraguay, from Latin America, from every corner of the world where the truth still matters, the message is clear. Israel has the right to exist, to defend itself and to prosper in peace. And those who try to deny it those rights are on the wrong side of history.
Am Israel High. Que viva la amistad entre Israel y Paraguay.
Am Israel Chai. Long live the friendship between Paraguay and Israel.
Thank you so much, President Cortez. And now it is my privilege to invite Rabbi Doron Perez, chairman of the World Mizrahi Movement, to join me for an interview on stage. Rabbi Perez, thank you so much for joining us in this important event. Before we'll dive into the topics, and I've seen your really important books that you've written recently, I would like to talk about your personal story. Your son, Captain Daniel Perez, died heroically on a battle on October 7th on Nahal Oz. Your other son, which is a captain in the paratroopers, were wounded in another battle. How are you dealing with the recent event? Because your son's body has been held by Hamas.
You know, Lital, it's an honor to be here, and Minister Shikli and all the members of the Diaspora Ministry. It's an honor to be at such an important conference at such an important time. October 7th changed the lives of, I think, the world and certainly the Jewish people, but turned our family's life upside down. 2 sons, both soldiers, both officers. By the end of the day, we had 1 wounded in hospital, shot in the thigh, and the other 1 missing. Turns out that our son Daniel was shot and killed and taken hostage. We hoped and prayed he was alive for 163 days. He still remains a captive with 2 other members of his tank. They fought an incredible battle in Nahal Oz, the worst hit army base. 53 soldiers were killed that day. And we buried his uniform, some of his blood-stained uniform. We're lucky, Lital, that we actually have a grave. I was at his grave this morning, even though his body's not there. Most of the 35 of the 59 who have been declared dead do not have a grave, and that's even a challenge within a challenge. So the fact that my wife and I can go to a place where his blood-drenched uniform is buried is something in today's day and age. And we hope and pray that the other 35 who are deceased and the 24 who are alive will all return very, very soon. Our older son, Jonathan, we were blessed. Thankfully, he was not killed on that day. He also fought in Nahal Oz base. He got shot in the thigh. He survived. He got married 10 days later. And I just want to say that he made us a grandfather 8 days ago.
Wow.
So we have...
Mazal tov.
I just want to say that our son, Jonathan, who's still an officer in the army, his wife, Galia, gave birth to a healthy baby boy. He was named 3 days ago, 1 year and 3 days after we heard about our son, who was killed. He's named after him. His name is Ori Daniel. Wow. Daniel after Daniel. And Ori, God is my light, Psalm 27. So the short answer to your question is a tremendous amount of pain, but a tremendous amount of happiness. And the one thing I've learned maybe more than anything is the human heart can contain the most impossible contradictory emotions. I have a heart which is broken and will be broken forever for the loss of Daniel. But I have a heart which is full of joy for the many blessings that we have. How do they go together? I don't know. All I know is that for 18 months, they go together.
Amazing, amazing. Such powerful words. And I would like to ask you, you came to Israel from South Africa, and you wrote a book, The Jewish State from Opposition to Opportunity. And you know, after October 7th, when the entire world watched the horrors that happened here, and yet continues to, some part of it, continue to bash Israel, to blame Israel for what is happening, although we're fighting for our right basically to exist. Yeah. How do you explain what is happening around the world, the anti-Semitism in campuses? What is your take?
Yeah, so exactly this question is what I tried to answer in the first part of the book, which was actually written before October 7th. It came out on Yom HaAtzmaut, Israel's Independence Day, 2 years ago in honor of 75 of Israel. And it was ideas that I'd had for many years as a rabbi based on biblical literature and the interpretation of our rabbis. And I found an unbelievable thing. They basically say that anti-Semitism, which as the gentleman from Paraguay, which was the ambassador, I came in the middle, I'm not sure who spoke to us before.
The president, yeah, former president.
The former president. I actually met President Santiago, and they're tremendous supporters of Israel. But the incredible thing is that there have always been people in the world who stand up against the light of good, the light of godliness, the light of life. This is a battle of those who celebrate life against those who idealize death. You know, we as Jews and as Westerners, we believe in live and let live. But there are people in the world who don't believe in that. They believe in kill and die. It's a culture of death where somehow death, caring less about their own children and families. You've written a book about, an incredible book about the price of a Jew.
Thank you.
And people are prepared to die in the process, and it's unbelievable. But I want to say that anti-Semitism is a virus. It's a virus which keeps changing form. And I try and bring a proof to that from biblical literature, that wherever the Jewish people are doing something meaningful in the world, the dark side of that light, the shadow, is anti-Semitism. So when the Jewish people were, making a difference in the world a couple of 100 years ago in the world of science and Einstein and so many Jewish intellectuals, what was the opposition? Nazi anti-Semitism, to oppose everything the Jewish people stood for. Jewish people had an impact. The Jewish people are destroyed. When Judaism was a threat to the church, there was the Inquisition and anti-Judaism. Today, thank God, in the Christian world, we have incredible support for the Jewish people in Israel. So there's no more anti-Judaism. There's no more anti the Jewish people. But what has happened in the last 77 years? We have a Jewish state. That is now the locus of anti-Semitism. And therefore, I call it the changing color of anti-Semitism. When we were a powerless people, we were degraded. We had the yellow star of degradation, and we were persecuted for being powerless. Now that we thankfully don't have the yellow star of degradation, we have the blue star of Israel, the sign of Jewish sovereignty and power. Now we hate it for being powerful. Well, decide. Do you want us powerless or you want us powerful? Whatever it is. And I just want to say one final thing. It always boggled my mind. How could people believe that Jewish people, the blood libel, could kill Christian children to use blood in the making of matzah? It's almost Passover. If there's one thing we know that Jews, we dislike blood very, very much. 9 times in the Bible it says a prohibition about eating blood. Yet people believed that Jews, not only believed, killed Jews, and the belief that they would kill young Christian children to make matzah. And you know what I've realized? It's the same irrational hatred which has brought people to believe that my son and our children kill Muslim Palestinian children for the sake of killing people. I'm less...
They just need to open TikTok these days, the
and I always
propaganda
say,
is there.
in a Jewish army, my bigger concern is not that we'll kill innocent civilians. Israel goes out of our way to try and avoid the killing of innocent civilians. It's that our soldiers will die while trying to save innocent civilians, while trying to bring our own hostages home. So it's irrational, it's a virus, it keeps changing and mutating. But thankfully, it's the dark side of the sun. The sun has a shadow. The sun, the Jewish people are part of values of light and life, Judeo-Christian values, and I think those are rising more and more, and I think the message of Judaism with all of its light is very powerful, and yes, even the sun has a shadow.
In God's will, Bezrat Hashem. Rabbi Doron Perez, thank you so much. We're praying for the return of your son and the rest of the hostages from Gaza. Thank you so much.
I'll say that we hope and pray that God will bless us, that every single one of the 59 hostages will come back immediately without having to pay a price. In no normal world should you have to barter in human life. In no normal world, they should be given back without any price, and please God, that will happen, as well as removing the source of evil which wants to destroy and celebrate death instead of celebrate life. Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Before we continue, I want to remind you that you are all invited to Ambassadors of Truth, the international conference on combating anti-Semitism closing event starting at 7:30 and featuring Mr. Amichai Shikli, the Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Ms. Erin Molan, Ms. Ayan Hirsch Ali, and more. Just recently, CPAC, one of the most influential political organization in the world, has announced that they are launching a new center dedicated to eradicating anti-Semitism, reaffirming their combating the evil, hatred, and defending our shared value. We are honored to be joined today by Matt and Mercedes Schaub, who are leading this international movement. Their presence at this important conference reflects the growing momentum behind this cause and the collective determination to stand united against anti-Semitism. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Mercedes Viana Schaub, Senior Fellow at CPAC, to lead the next discussion.
Wow, what a group. This is fantastic, right, honey? I know, I'm waiting for my panelists. Are my panelists gonna come up and join us? We would love our panelists to come up and join us. This is like almost like a mini CPAC. If you're not familiar with CPAC, it's our wonderful minister, Shikli. First of all, can we get a round of applause for the minister, Shikli? Please stand up. I mean, what a fighter for freedom and for truth and for helping to support and really lead in this Jewish community and really across the globe. He is becoming an international leader, and we are so incredibly honored to be here with you. All right, honey, now I have our group here. Okay, yes. It is wonderful to be here with you. Pastor, you have your microphone. You're ready to go?
I don't.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, toda rabah.
And we're also joined with Dr. Mike Evans. It is an honor to join you as well. And Pastor Larry Hutch, it's great for you to be here with us. And then, of course, sweet Matt. So we'll get to you soon here. But this is a critical time right now, not only in Israel, but across the globe. And we're talking about the critical moments of Judeo-Christian alignment. And why, Pastor, is it so important for Christians to line up right now? We have seen so many Christians on our side who are silent, who have backed away from Israel, who have backed away from the atrocities that we saw happening on October 7th.
Right.
What's your message to the Christian community, not only in America, but across the globe?
Yeah, and that's really a great question. Right before we came here, we went to Paris, and our ministry sponsored a plane of Olim that were leaving France to come, and we got to fly with them. It was a marvelous experience. But I found out that 25% of the people in France are anti-Semitic, just 25%. And yet we met these wonderful Jewish families and Jewish people, and we just had a marvelous trip. But they're leaving Paris. Paris is like somebody's bucket list to go to, and yet they're leaving. One is, every one of them said, we're coming home. This is our home. But when I heard that, 75% of France says they're not anti-Semitic. Why don't they speak up? And it just, we've talked about, and you know, we have a television program that's on every day around the world. Every single day we talk about Israel, standing with Israel, supporting Israel, fighting anti-Semitism. When President Trump and everyone was going elected, we would say through the television lens, if you have a politician that is not pro-Israel, do not vote for them. We do not want them in the office. We're going to let every politician know that if you are not pro-Israel, we're not going to put you back in the office. But when I saw that only 25%, the Jewish people, you know, when we were there, this one precious lady that was taking us around, Jewish lady, and she said, as long as we don't provoke them, we're safe.
Right.
And I said, well, what does it mean to provoke? And she said, well, we can't wear a Star of David. And she said, but you guys got to hide this. I said, I'm not hiding this. I'm proud to love the Jewish people. I'm proud to love Israel. And so it got me that, I'm going back with a new fire in my spirit to say every single Christian needs to speak up, needs to stand up and say we will not tolerate anti-Semitism, because if we're silent, we're part of the problem. We need to speak up.
So today is, so Matt and I are married. We've been married for almost 26 23 years?
21 years, sweetheart.
Oh my goodness. And he's had white hair the whole entire time. So we have 5 daughters, and today is our 3rd daughter's birthday, Alyssa Schlapp. She is turning 18 years old, so happy birthday, Alyssa. And I said, we're not going to be there for your birthday. And she said, Mom, it is so important that you go stand with the people in Israel, that you stand and fight against anti-Semitism, and that we stand for life and love and truth. So I just want to say, it's important for all these young people here. You all are the future fighters and leaders of what is good versus evil. And we know clearly, Matt, as you have traveled around the globe, you've taken CPAC to 10 countries, 5 continents, and you believe that this message of combating anti-Semitism is critical in what we're doing in our mission at CPAC.
Yeah, we're very proud. First of all, Minister Shikli, you've been on this journey with us around the world. Thank you. May God bless your efforts. You've done so much good around the world, and I can't mention you without also talking about Ambassador David Friedman. Thank you, David, for your amazing work. You know what we did in America, David? We made being pro-Israel cool again. It was hip. It was cool. It was the center of the action. We showed people that this was intellectual, that this was moral. And then we always make this mistake when we have great achievements. I make this mistake in my life. I light a cigar, I sit back, I relax. Isn't it great? And then America went through so much tumult. And then we discovered all of this hatred on our college campuses. We saw hatred, unfortunately, in groups that called themselves Christian and groups that called themselves religious. We saw the propaganda working and taking hold in these seeds, these malevolent seeds germinating. And I would just say that what I've come to realize as we've taken this CPAC to all these continents, and you've been on these trips with us, is that yes, you can have an event, and events are great, and this is a really spectacular event. Behind the event is a lot of human relationships and a lot of people who are watching and listening, including today. This event will be streamed all over the world. Some places of the world will try to block it. Other good people will try to get the message in. And what I've realized is that as I near 60 years old and comb gray hair, not as much gray hair as David. Actually, I have more hair. His is more white. Oh. But it's a low blow, I know. But what I've come to realize is that every human being is in the process of thinking and digesting information. And we take for granted who our friends are and who our enemies are, who's on our side and who's not on our side. But there's a lot of gray, and there's a lot of people that are watching. If our efforts can lend any help, any medicine, the virus, as the rabbi called it, of anti-Semitism, which at its roots, I will never know what it's like for a Jewish person to experience anti-Semitism, but we all experience a form of hate. We all experience this virulence. We're seeing this rise of Christian persecution, of the outright slaughter of Christians in some of these countries in Africa. And in our own country, we're seeing the people of the Bible, Jewish or Christian, their religion being mocked and being pushed out of any legitimate conversations in government, in academia, in the corporate boardrooms. And we have to say no more. We have to say our voice matters. And I tell my Jewish brothers and sisters here today, I will put my life on the line for you, as I know you will put your life on the line for me. In the context of today, America faces this question over life and death and good and evil is a little more intellectual. In Israel, it's literally life and death, and we stand with you.
Mike, there is a common thread here, a common thread. It's called radical Islam, okay? We were yesterday down in southern Israel where we listened to the stories of many of these victims of October 7th, the victims' families. There's so much trauma that they are experiencing. On top of that, watching the 20-minute video of these barbaric animals who slaughtered innocent men, women, and children, like a war we've never seen happening, it was horrific. To know that that is happening and they do this in the name of Allah is disgraceful. It is beyond disgraceful. What do you think can happen to try to basically end this evil?
Well, is it on ideological? We know it's an ideological war, but you've got to get to the heart of ideology. It's very personal to me, because when I was 11, defending my Jewish mother, my Christian father strangled me and left me for dead. I woke up in my own dried vomit, and I did this to God. I screamed, "Why was I born?" And then I knew the answer. I couldn't defend one Jew against a Jew hater. My life call was to defend all the Jews. Now, when you understand the ideology, you have to get to the root of the problem, which is the hard issue. Man's ability to define evil can only be determined by the inspiration he draws from his heroes and his history. Now, here's the problem right now. The problem right now, there's an ideological war going on in America and in Israel. And that ideological war was birthed in the 60s. Some of us remember the 60s. The 60s was a God is dead movement. When man's confronted with eternity, there's always a response. There were 3 Ks killed, Robert and John and Martin Luther King. And the response was rebellion, not repentance. The ideologues of the 60s moved and took over the media. They took over the arts. They took over the universities. And they attempted to take over our nation. Now, those ideologues have the same hair that I have now, except they're not only in America, they're in Israel also. There's an ideological war that you have to define good and evil. And that's the great thing about Donald Trump. He's a moral clarity man that defines good and evil.
Well, I got to say, I had the great honor of working for Donald Trump for 2 years in the White House, then 2 years in the campaign, and talk about a brave man, a brave leader, someone who is standing strong to combat anti-Semitism, someone who, along with Ambassador David Friedman, moved the embassy, the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, incredibly bold steps. But what is happening in America, where we're seeing our institutions, we're seeing pro-Hamas money being thrown into these universities, Pastor?
Yeah. Well, finally we have a leader in the White House. And we just had the privilege couple months ago to speak for the nation of Israel in Bangkok, in Hong Kong, and then in Singapore. And everywhere we went, people would see us in the mall or in the hotel, and they say, Trump's going to get elected, right? Trump's going to get elected. And that's what's going to happen, is that these people that are allowing anti-Semitism to be taught in our schools, in my opinion, need to be thrown out of our country. We need to stop taking money from people who are teaching anti-Semitism. And we've got a leader in the White House that will make that happen. And we're going to see change. And let me just say one more thing. We see anti-Semitism rise up all over the world. But I want to give a word of hope. Our television program every single day talks about standing with Israel. Every single day. And the response that we get, we have 2 million partners now. The response that we get grows and grows and grows. Standing with Israel is growing faster than standing against Israel, and we're going to see Israel win.
Matt, you invited to CPAC several of these hostages' families. We had several of these survivors from October 7th. You were with me yesterday down near Gaza. I mean, tell us your impression. Tell us why this is becoming such a central issue for not only the organization CPAC, but just for you personally.
Well, as we said, we're starting a center, have started a center to combat anti-Semitism. It's something you're going to be very involved with, Mercedes. It's something we feel passionately. We're doing this with Rabbi Yitz Tendler, with Julie Strauss-Levin, and other great advisors in America. I think, look, we have 5 daughters. and we look at what's happening in our schools and across our national fabric, we're disgusted by what we see. You know, I love America. I will always love America. I'm in a love affair with two people, my wife and my country. I love my country. But I'm so sad about my country, and I'm so sad about what we're teaching our children, and we've got to change it, and we've got to stand up and fight against it's not just the public school system, it's a lot of the private school system too. We've got to fight. And, you know, I keep hoping a politician, I agree with you about Donald Trump. I love that man. He is one of the most courageous men. I could be very, very guttural in describing him because he's got, you know what, he's got guts and other things. But but we have to stop relying on politicians and the government to solve our problems. I believe God will answer our prayers. I also believe there's an old Christian adage that you pray as if everything depends on God, but you work as if everything depends on you. God expects, he has a mantle on our shoulders to make sure that we stand up against this hatred. Yeah. It is repugnant, the idea that the people of the Bible would be treated in such a fashion. We're going to work on this at CPAC. We're going to work on combating anti-Semitism with people who aren't conservative, people who don't share our views on other topics. Fine, if you can agree with us on this topic, let's go get this done.
Yeah. Mike, but there is a reality of propaganda. When you have Hamas, you have Iran, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis, there is such a propaganda machine where they are celebrating the darkness, the evil, the death. How do we stop that?
Well, Israel has to focus on the ideological war and communicate its message. They have not. They generally have pushed back from moving forward with these messages, and the terrorists have. The terrorists have baited the world, and that's why the younger generation have been so gamed by social network, and the self-loathing has replaced righteous indignation, has begot appeasement. So the media, the social network media.
I hope you don't think I'm the media.
No, okay. No. You have a voice. You have a platform, and you have a voice of moral clarity. And that's what I'm referring to. Yeah. We have to listen. Shimon Peres was my chairman of Friends of Zion Heritage Center. We've had as many as 50 million views on one video since October 7th. Here's what he told me last century. The new wars are going to be media wars, ideological wars, economic wars, and proxy wars. And that's precisely what we're dealing with right now.
Israel wants peace. Hamas wants war. Let's make that very clear. And this is, I want to get final thoughts here. In terms of what message, what call to action do you want to leave with this incredible audience on what they need to do next? How they get activated to spread this message to combat anti-Semitism? Pastor, I'll start with you.
Let's be bold. Let's be brave. Don't be ashamed of standing up and saying this land belongs to the Jewish people. We need to change our narrative and quit saying Israel's right to exist. Israel's right to exist is in nobody's hands. God made that decision 3,700 years ago when he said to Abraham, this is your land and your descendants forever. And I looked up the word forever in Greek, in Hebrew, in Latin, in every language, and forever means forever. Let's speak up, let's stand up, and together we're going to defeat anti-Semitism.
Mike, you have your microphone up, so I'll go to you first.
Yes. They all use this. Every jihadist used this. All the youth, that almost 53% of them have moved away from being pro-Israel, use this. We've got to utilize social network as a weapon because they're not watching cable television and they're not reading newspapers. And we've got to utilize it on steroids to defeat these devils.
Matt.
I think the first thing we have to understand is that a lot of things have changed and some important things haven't. I agree with you. The Jewish people don't have a title to this land. It's not a title. This is literally knit in their hearts. by their creator. This is beyond having title to land.
Yes.
And by the same token, some things have changed. You bring up the telephone, media, what's being taught to Americans, what's being taught in Western democracies. I would say this, embrace the change. If you're a traditionalist like myself, it's hard to do that. Embrace the change. Rethink what you're doing. Look at yourself in the mirror. Is it working? If it's not working, chuck it. Stop doing it. The problem we have in politics in America is good-hearted people keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. And I invite all of you, don't throw away our fundamental values and our charter that's been given to us by our Creator. But do throw away those things that no longer seem to be relevant or being politically successful. One of the things that I'm most proud of about the time that I've been at CPAC is that although we're a conservative and a traditional organization, we never allowed kind of a false worship of tradition to get in the way of accomplishing the moral good. That is not ends justifying the means. That's not being so proud that you think just because you had an idea 10 or 20 or 25 years ago about a brilliant strategy, you have to look at yourselves in the mirror and understand when your strategy failed. If you embrace the failure, you can begin to succeed by trying something new. Donald Trump did that in our politics in America. If we hadn't been open to this outside voice, we wouldn't have been able to save our country. And I believe with his election, we've given all of civilization a second chance. And that starts fundamentally with two countries, freedom in America, and you can't have freedom without security, and freedom in Israel.
Well, what a great panel. Thank you all very much. And to all the young people and everyone out there, pray. Pray to God. He gives you these incredible gifts and talents. Use them. Use them for good. Use them to defend this great nation. And know that America, we stand behind you. And here, in these people up here, we will fight to ensure that you all live free, live in a safe land, and that you all will prosper and your families will grow in peace. Thank you so much. Shalom.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Schaub. You're such an inspiration. We will take now a 15 minutes break, and we'll meet here again at 4:30. Thank you.
שעזבת, החושך גובר כאן, האור שלך מאיר עדיין זוהר, זה סיבוב הופעות מקומי, אתה יודע, אותו שיר כאב הולך וחוזר, ובאופק אחר, סביב שולחן השבת, יושבים כולם יחד, גם אתה ואני, שלוות עולמים, פרדס חנה כרכור, אקליפטוס בודד, שורק בלוז כנעני.
Please be seated. We would like to begin.
שאף על פי יופייך משגע לא תדעי אהבה אמיתית לעולם חשבת שפתרת את כל הצרות שלך ביום שפגשת את
בא אליי מישהו ביקש שנגיד ינש
גם כתבו עיתונים כי גם הוא יפה זה שמחה באמת אבל אני היחידי שיודע שאף על פי יופיו המשגע הוא לא ידע לאהוב אותך לעולם כי האהבה זה יותר ממה שאת יודעת אהבה זה מגע ולא רק המבט זאת אותה הנאה הפעיל שכולם בסופו של דבר רוצים אבל אני היחידי שיודע שאף על פי יופייך משגע לא תדעי אהבה אמיתית לעולם
רגע, איפה זה? אני לא רואה.
סך הכל אני רוצה לחיות את חיי בשקט
We would like to begin. Please be seated. אנחנו מעוניינים להתחיל, בבקשה, לשבת במקומות. We would like to begin. Please be seated. אנחנו רוצים לשבת, בבקשה להתיישב במקומות.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please, everybody, we want to start again. Please take your seats. Thank you. גבירותיי ורבותיי, אחר הצהריים טובים, אנחנו רוצים לחזור למליאה. אנא תפסו את מקומותיכם. תודה. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please take your seats. We want to start. גבירותיי ורבותיי, אנא תפסו את מקומותיכם. אנחנו צריכים לעמוד בזמנים המתאחרים. אנא תפסו את מקומותיכם. תודה.
and gentlemen, please be seated. We would like to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. אחר הצהריים טובים כולם, אנא תפסו את מקומותיכם. אנחנו מבקשים לכבות טלפונים סלולריים. תודה רבה. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your cell phone on mute or silent. Thank you. Please be seated. We begin shortly. Thank you. Member of the Knesset and officials, you have reserved seats in the front. Please head to the front. חברי כנסת ונבחרים, בבקשה, שאתם יודעים שיש לכם מקומות שמורים, אנא התקדמו לשורות הראשונות. Good.
Thank you again. Thank you again for joining us. Please be seated. We would like to start. I am now privileged to welcome a distinguished leader, a statesman who has stood firmly alongside Israel and the Jewish people on the international stage. Throughout his years of leadership, he has consistently demonstrated courage, integrity, and a profound commitment to the values of freedom, democracy, and combating anti-Semitism. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Janša, former Prime Minister of Slovenia, for his keynote address.
So, Mr. Minister Shikli, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as far as I know, we are late in schedule, so I will make my speech short. But I will start with admitting that I have learned a lot during panel discussions, during listening to your speeches, so thank you very much. So it is big value for me being here. Shortening speech, I will not describe the situation. I will try to add some proposals how to fight anti-Semitism more effectively. What are the solutions? Well, during today's speeches and panel discussions, almost all possible measures and answers were mentioned and discussed. So before we can even discuss a solution how to effectively fight anti-Semitism, especially in Europe, we must admit that fundamental cause of anti-Semitism in the European Union especially is completely distorted image that most European media convey from the region. Some of them are today also present. People mostly react based on what they know about something, and that's crucial. So we must significantly strengthen the power of all possible traditional and online media that present an accurate picture and fight against large-scale manipulation. One such successful European online portal is, for example, Visegrad 24. Mr. Thompson has speaked at the forum. So he's creator, and this portal made a difference, especially in our part of Europe, in Central Europe. So I think that we need 10 times more of these platforms with even greater resources and reach. Until that happens, it will be impossible to significantly influence public opinion or decision makers, either in parliaments or in the governments. But to win this war for truth, or ideological war, as was mentioned before, it is necessary first to win the battle of words. Battle for words. Remember when Soviets, 60 years ago, wanted to accuse Israel in the United Nations, first time, of genocide, 60 years ago, stealing and abusing the meaning of its very definition and the legacy of Mr. Raphael Lemkin. How many similar attempts have followed, and how many times double standards have been used towards Israel since then? In the Holy Bible, in the Gospel of John, we read, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. All things were made through Word, and without it was not anything made that was made." Therefore, we must regain the Word. We must defend and regain the language that will describe reality. We must speak as Minister Shikli spoke in his speech, without, forgive my words, bullshit. So we must name things and phenomena for what they are. We should not be afraid. We must switch from defensive into offensive. Because times are changing and Israel has much more support today that media portrays. This is also proven on today's conference. Anti-Semitism in Europe does exist on the margins of both political poles, and the fight against it is necessary everywhere. However, it is an undeniable fact that today it is by far the most prevalent, or that it is dominant on the far left. These are simply the facts today. But today the left is losing power on the old continent and the United States due to misguided policies, which among other things enables a significantly more effective fight against anti-Semitism. The winds are changing, and they are changing on good. But we have to learn from history as well. And the history teaches us, where there is evil, there must be fighting against it. And there must be justice. Otherwise, evil grows. History teaches us that unpunished evil always returns. Unpunished evil always returns. And unpunished and rewarded evil returns even sooner. The evil that struck Israel on October 7, 2023, must be punished in its entirety. So do not listen to those who have learned nothing from history, or even those who are in alliance with the evil because they arise from the same similar ideology of hatred as Hamas. So we have to be aware that the world is as it is and not as we would like it to be yet. But I'm sure Israel knows that. and we stand with you. Because your fight for existence, peace and justice, and your fight against anti-Semitism is also our fight. Thank you. Toda ba.
Thank you, Mr. Janša. As you know, we have a lot in store for the next couple of hours, including esteemed speakers, engaging discussions and interviews, and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu's address. Now, it's my great honor to introduce a leader whose voice has become increasingly influential in shaping the future of Europe. As President of the National Rally in France and a member of the European Parliament, he is at the forefront of critical conversations about the challenges facing Europe today, including the rise of anti-Semitism, radical ideologies, and the need to protect shared values and freedoms. Please join me in welcoming MEP Jordan Bardella, President of the National Rally France, for his keynote speech.
Bien, mesdames, messieurs, monsieur le ministre, c'est un immense honneur d'être invité par le gouvernement de l'État d'Israël à prendre la parole devant vous sur un sujet qui nous est cher et qui ne devrait souffrir d'aucune ambiguïté, celui de la nécessaire lutte contre l'antisémitisme.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense honor to be invited by the government of the State of Israel to address you, to speak on a subject that is dear to us and which should suffer no ambiguity, the fight against anti-Semitism.
L'antisémitisme, c'est pour nous la définition de l'IRA que nous reconnaissons et que nous acceptons. C'est une certaine perception des Juifs qui peut se manifester par une haine à leur égard. Ce sont les manifestations rhétoriques et physiques qui visent des individus juifs ou non, leurs biens, mais aussi des institutions communautaires et des lieux de culte.
For us, anti-Semitism is as defined by the IHRA. It is a certain perception of Jews which can manifest itself in hatred towards them. It is the rhetorical and physical manifestations that target individuals, Jews or not, their property, community, institutions, and places of worship.
Je tiens d'abord à saluer les organisateurs de cette conférence et à remercier tout particulièrement le ministre Amichai Shikli pour son amitié et pour l'invitation faite aux patriotes d'Europe de se tenir ici aujourd'hui en cette période si singulière pour nos démocraties.
I would like to begin by saluting the organizer of this conference and by thanking Minister Amichai Shikli in particular for his friendship and for inviting the Patriots for Europe group to meet here today at such a singular time for our democracies.
Face à la résurgence inquiétante de la haine anti-juive à travers l'Europe et le monde, face au terrorisme qui entend anéantir nos vies et nos valeurs, nous croyons plus que jamais, nous Français, à l'impérieuse nécessité pour nos nations d'unir leurs voix et de rassembler toutes leurs forces dans ce combat.
In the face of the disturbing resurgence of anti-Jewish hatred throughout Europe and the world, and in the face of terrorism that intends to destroy our lives and our values, we French believe more than ever in the imperative need for our nations to unite their voices and join forces in this fight.
Sachez, Monsieur le Ministre, que je mesure la portée symbolique éminente de cette invitation qui consacre l'importance du mouvement patriote en France comme partout en Europe, mais aussi sa responsabilité devant l'histoire à l'heure d'une guerre sans relâche, face à la barbarie qui est aussi la nôtre.
Please know, Minister Shikli, that I am aware of the eminent symbolic significance of this invitation, which confirms the importance of the patriot movement in France, as elsewhere in Europe, but also its responsibility to history at a time of a relentless war in the face of barbarism, which is also our fight.
Avant d'évoquer le sujet qui nous préoccupe aujourd'hui, je veux d'abord rappeler l'amitié qui unit nos deux pays, la France et Israël. La force de nos liens et de nos coopérations étroites sur le plan économique, diplomatique ou encore sécuritaire qu'il nous appartient de faire perdurer. La France est le pays de la plus importante communauté juive d'Europe et la nationalité française est ici, je crois, l'une des plus présentes. Je crois donc pouvoir dire que les Franco-Israéliens gardent pour leur pays un attachement sincère.
Before turning to the subject that concerns us today, I would first like to recall the friendship that unites our two countries, France and Israel, the strength of our ties, and our close cooperation in the economic, diplomatic, and security fronts, which it is our duty to maintain. France is home to the largest Jewish community in Europe, and the French nationality is one of the most present here. I think it's fair to say that French Israelis have a sincere attachment to their country.
Il m'est impossible de prendre la parole sur cette terre chargée d'histoire sans évoquer en premier lieu cette date ô combien tragique du 7 octobre 2023. Votre nation, Israël, a subi dans sa chair une attaque d'une lâcheté, d'une sauvagerie qui marqueront à jamais la mémoire de chacun d'entre nous. En l'espace de quelques heures, Israël a vécu son 11 septembre 2001 et son Bataclan, en référence à ce soir de novembre 2015 où des Français furent décimés et assassinés par dizaines par des terroristes islamistes.
It is impossible for me to speak in this land steeped in history without first evoking the tragic date of October 7th, 2023. Your nation suffered an attack of such cowardice and savagery that will forever be etched in the memory of each and every one of us. In the space of a few hours, Israel experienced its own September 11 and its own Bataclan. I refer to that evening in November 2015 when dozens of French people were decimated and murdered by Islamic terrorists.
Le 7 octobre devait être un jour de fête. Il fut un pogrom d'une barbarie inimaginable commis par le Hamas qui a tué indistinctement des femmes, des enfants, des civils et pris en otage des familles entières. Ce jour, 50 citoyens français ont perdu la vie et personne ne peut ignorer la violence extrême de ces scènes. Mais se rendre sur place hier, comme je l'ai fait, avec certains de mes amis, permet de ressentir l'entière pesanteur d'un acte indicible. Et c'est aussi cette même pesanteur que j'ai ressentie il y a quelques heures dans les allées du musée de Yad Vashem, là encore, dans le souvenir de l'horreur et de l'indicible.
October 7th was supposed to be a day of celebration. Instead, it was a pogrom of unimaginable barbarity committed by Hamas, which indiscriminately killed women, children, and civilians, and took whole families hostage. On that day, 50 French citizens lost their lives, and no one can ignore the extreme violence of these scenes. But to go there, as I did yesterday, is to feel the full weight of an unspeakable act. It's the same heaviness I felt a few hours ago in the aisles of the Yad Vashem Museum, remembering there as well the horror and the unspeakable.
L'attaque du 7 octobre aurait dû faire taire les adversaires d'Israël et tous ceux qui prônent la haine des Juifs. Mais bien au contraire, elle les a revigorés. Et depuis ces attentats, loin de reculer, la haine anti-juive s'est sentie pousser des ailes en Europe, au point que nous voyons revenir un antisémitisme d'atmosphère. Presque chaque jour apporte son lot d'insultes, de menaces, d'agressions à l'encontre de nos compatriotes de confession juive.
The attack of October 7th should have silenced Israel's opponents and all those who preach hatred of the Jews, but on the contrary, it reinvigorated them. Since these barbaric attacks, far from receding, anti-Jewish hatred has grown wings in Europe, to the point where we are seeing a return of an ambient anti-Semitism. Almost every day brings its share of insults, threats, and attacks against our compatriots of the Jewish faith.
Des scènes d'un autre âge refont surface. Qui aurait imaginé revoir chez nous, en Europe, des étoiles de David taguées sur les murs d'immeubles, comme aux heures les plus sombres de l'histoire? Qui aurait pensé qu'en 2025, en Europe, porter une kippa ou avoir un nom à consonance juive pourrait vous exposer à la violence, comme ça a été le cas à Orléans il y a quelques jours, où un rabbin devant son fils de 9 ans a été agressé par un islamiste? Qui aurait pensé qu'en 2025, en France, le principal parti de gauche aurait détourné sur une affiche la photo d'un animateur de télé en s'inspirant des caricatures juives des années 30?
Scenes thought to be from another age are resurfacing. Who would have imagined seeing Stars of David tagged on the walls of buildings as in the darkest hours of our history? Who would have thought that in 2025 in Europe, wearing a kippah or having a Jewish-sounding name could expose you to violence, as was the case for a rabbi in Orléans a few days ago who was attacked with his 9-year-old son by an Islamist. Who would have thought that in 2025 in France, the main left-wing party would have modified a TV presenter's photo to create a poster inspired by the Jewish caricatures of the 1930s?
Des manifestations appelant à l'intifada ont pris place dans les capitales européennes. Des partis de gauche dans nos démocraties se sont levés pour qualifier le Hamas de mouvement de résistance et parfois nier certaines atrocités. À l'école, dans certains territoires, l'enseignement de la Shoah est devenu littéralement impossible, tant la politique d'immigration conduite depuis 30 ans bouscule les grands équilibres de notre nation. Nous n'oublions pas non plus les drames récents où la France a pleuré ses enfants juifs. Toulouse, 2012, des enfants et un enseignant sont assassinés par Mohamed Merah parce que juifs. Paris, 2015, des Français tués dans un supermarché cachère parce que juifs. Et à chacune de ces tragédies, nous avons pourtant juré plus jamais ça.
Demonstrations calling for an intifada have taken place in European capitals. Left-wing parties in our democracies have come forward to describe Hamas as a resistance movement, sometimes denying some of the atrocities committed. In the schools of the French Republic in some areas, the teaching of the Holocaust has become literally impossible. Such is the extent to which the immigration policy pursued over the last 30 years has upset the great balances of our nation. Nor have we forgotten the recent tragedies in which France mourned its Jewish children. Toulouse, 2012, children and a teacher were murdered by Mohamed Merah in a school because they were Jewish. Paris, 2015, French people were killed in a kosher supermarket because they were Jewish. After each of these tragedies, we swore never again.
Aujourd'hui, en France, il faut déployer des militaires pour protéger des synagogues. Et c'est de ce nouvel antisémitisme d'atmosphère dont je veux vous parler et qui a supplanté les formes que l'on connaissait avant. Ce constat nous oblige d'abord au courage, celui de nommer l'ennemi pour mieux le combattre.
Yet today in France, we still must deploy the military to protect synagogues. So present is the threat. It's this new anti-Semitism that I want to talk to you about, once that has supplanted the forms we once knew. This state of affairs compels us, first and foremost, it obliges us to have the courage to name the enemy in order to fight it more effectively.
Depuis le 7 octobre, particulièrement en France, nous assistons à une lune de miel entre l'islamisme et la gauche extrême. L'un fournit les fanatiques, l'autre institutionnalise le mal, fournit l'excuse de victimisation et l'apparence de bonne conscience.
Since October 7th, in particular, in France and in Europe, we have been witnessing the deadly honeymoon between Islamism and the extreme left. One provides the fanatics, the other institutionalizes evil, provides the excuse of victimization and the appearance of a good conscience.
Ce constat, mesdames, messieurs, nous appelle à l'action. Il faut oser le combat frontal, moral, politique, partout contre ces militants de la haine anti-juive. Il faut rappeler inlassablement que l'antisionisme est bien souvent un alibi, celui de l'antisémitisme, qui est l'idéologie de ceux qui ne supportent pas l'existence d'une nation juive. Tous les gouvernements du monde, bien sûr, peuvent être l'objet de critiques, de débats, et c'est là la richesse de chaque démocratie. Mais on ne remet pas en cause un gouvernement quand on remet en cause l'existence même d'une nation. On bafoue un principe intangible, celui du droit d'Israël à vivre en sécurité.
But above all, this observation calls us to action. We must dare to fight these militants of anti-Jewish hatred head-on, morally and politically. We must tirelessly point out that anti-Zionism is nothing more than an alibi for anti-Semitism. That is the ideology of those who cannot stand the existence of a Jewish nation. Of course, every government in the world is open to criticism and heated debate. That's the richness of every democracy. But you don't question a government when you question the very existence of a nation. You flout an intangible principle, that of Israel's right to live in security.
Alors pour conclure, il faut avoir la lucidité d'affronter la menace islamiste. Elle est votre ennemi tout autant qu'elle constitue notre péril le plus existentiel. L'islamisme est le totalitarisme du XXIe siècle. Il menace de détruire tout ce qui ne lui ressemble pas. L'islamisme ne veut pas se séparer de nos sociétés. Il veut les conquérir, imposer ses interdits, ses obsessions et ses haines. Ici, vous combattez entre autres le Hamas. Nous combattons, nous, la présence de ses idées et de ses soutiens sur le sol de France.
In conclusion, we need to be clear-headed enough to confront the Islamist threat. It is both your enemy as well as our most existential threat. Islamism is the totalitarianism of the 21st century. It threatens to destroy everything that is not like it: free men and women, Christians, atheists, and Jews. Islamism does not want to separate itself from our societies. It wants to conquer them, to impose its prohibitions, its obsessions, and hatreds. Here, you are fighting Hamas, among others. We are fighting the presence of its ideas and supporters on French soil.
Enfin, et parce que le sujet est incontournable, il nous faut oser voir le lien qui existe entre la montée de l'islamisme, la recrudescence de l'antisémitisme et le phénomène migratoire qui fracture toutes les sociétés occidentales. Mesdames, Messieurs, le combat qui nous a rassemblés aujourd'hui ici, à l'invitation du ministre de la Diaspora, dépasse nos frontières. La haine des Juifs et de l'État d'Israël est un fléau mondial que nous devons combattre sans relâche. Et j'aimerais vous le dire très sincèrement, par ses positions, par ses propositions, par sa constance, face à la menace en France, le Rassemblement national, aux côtés de Marine Le Pen, est aujourd'hui le meilleur bouclier pour nos compatriotes de confession juive.
Finally, and because the subject is inescapable, we must dare to see the link between the rise of Islamism, the resurgence of anti-Semitism, and the migratory phenomenon that is fracturing all Western societies. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle that brings us together here at the invitation of Minister Shikli goes beyond our borders. Hatred of Jews and the State of Israel is a global scourge that we must fight relentlessly. I'd like to tell you in all sincerity, through its positions, its proposals, and its steadfastness in the face of this threat, the Rassemblement National, the national rally, led by Marine Le Pen, is the best shield for the Jews of France.
Alors, ce seront mes derniers mots. Devant vous ce soir à Jérusalem, je prends un engagement solennel. La France combattra l'antisémitisme partout, tout le temps, et sous toutes ses formes. Qu'ils proviennent d'islamistes fanatiques, de l'extrême gauche camouflée en antisionistes, ou encore de groupuscules d'extrême droite et de leurs complots délirants, aucune de ces haines n'a de place en France et en Europe. Aucune n'est excusable, aucune n'est tolérable. Ce déplacement est historique par son symbole, il le sera également, je l'espère, par les actes. Face à la haine et à la violence, nous vaincrons. Longue vie à l'amitié entre la France et Israël. Vive les nations libres et fières, et vive la France.
So I would like to conclude before you this evening in Jerusalem. I want to make a solemn commitment. France will fight anti-Semitism everywhere, all the time, and in all its forms. Whether it comes from fanatical Islamists, from the far left disguised as anti-Zionists, or from far-right groupuscules and their delirious plots. None of this hatred has any place in France or Europe. None is excusable. None will be tolerated. This trip is historic in its symbolism. It will also be historic, I hope, in the actions it inspires. Together, in the face of hatred and violence, we will prevail. Long live the friendship between France and Israel, long live the free and proud nations, and long live France.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bardella. Thank you for joining us at this important event and for being a friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And now for the next person, for the next guest. Ambassador David Friedman played a historic role in the strengthening and the bond between the United States and the states of Israel. As the former United States ambassador to Israel, he was a key figure in some of the most significant diplomatic achievements of recent years, including recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital and signing the Abraham Accords. It is my great pleasure to invite Ambassador David Friedman to the stage for a special interview. Can you hear me now? Yes. So many questions and not so much time. Only 10 minutes. Okay, let's start maybe with maybe something that here in Israel people always speak about but not always understand about. What do you feel about the arguments that people are making towards Trump administration these days, trying to portray it as an administration that has roots of anti-Semitism?
The American?
Yes.
Well, look, I think the best way to answer it is to look at the facts. We had 16 months since October the 7th under the prior administration. We've had about 75 days under the current administration. Under the current administration, we have cut off funding to the most, on the one hand, the most elite, but on the other hand, the most vile. Did you take another mic?
Yes.
We've cut off hundreds of millions of dollars to the most elite, but at the same time, the most anti-Semitic universities on campus. We have begun deporting illegal aliens who hate Jews and advocate for the destruction of Israel. We have, and this is a bigger point, because when you think about all the people who are in the business of fighting anti-Semitism, there are many, many NGOs, there are many organizations, there are many people who commit their lives to it, and they're all very good people and have enormously good intentions. But a government can do in 2 months more than any organization can do in its lifetime. And so when we talk about the importance of a bipartisan fight against anti-Semitism, which of course I endorse, and I, as my predecessor said, I condemn anti-Semitism on the right and on the left. I'm an equal opportunity condemner of anti-Semitism.
You're alluding to Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, none of them are any good on the right. On the left, I don't like any of these anti-Semites, and I'm not shy about it. But the government, the United States government, or the government of France, or the government of any other country, has the power to rein in anti-Semitism in a much more effective way. And you know, people say, well, you know, the governments are not in the business of changing the way people think. That's true, but you know, to my thinking, most people who are, you know, anti-Semites, most of these people running around, we're not going to win their hearts and minds because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. So, you know, how are we going to, there's no reason to think we're ever going to convince them, but we can deport them, we can put them in jail, we can make their lives miserable, we can cut off their funding, and that's what the Trump administration is doing for the first time.
And how do you feel about the way that the Israeli media cover the Trump administration and this specific subject?
I don't want to insult the Israeli media, but I don't spend that much time listening to it, to be honest with you. And certainly not on issues relating to America.
Because?
You know, I spent 4 years in government where every word that I said was put under a microscope and analyzed. And I was the subject of a lot of Israeli media, and so I obviously knew whether what was reported was true or not. And let's just say that the scorecard was not terribly impressive.
When we speak about fighting anti-Semitism, and you mentioned some of the things that the Trump administration is doing, and you said that you can't affect people's mind, but at the end of the day, we want to ask what these actions will do as part of fighting anti-Semitism.
Well, let me tell you whose minds we need to affect. Okay, this is important. I don't pretend to think I can change anybody's mind outside the Jewish community, but the Jewish people themselves, we have to change our own hearts and minds, and I think those are all up for grabs right now. And look, you know, people talk about a war against anti-Semitism, but, you know, before you start a war, you know, you got to know what you're fighting for, right? Why are we going to war? And you know, when they bring Israeli soldiers into the army, the first place they take them is to the Kotel, Why? Not so that they're going to pray. They take them to the Kotel so they'll understand that they are part of a continuum of history that began 3,500 years ago. And they're part of that continuum, and they can't let us down because they're part of that Jewish history. And Jewish people need to know that. I mean, like, speaking personally, you know, I could leave the Jewish community in America. Nobody would know. You know, I'd change my last name. I'd go live someplace else. You know, I don't look Jewish. I don't sound Jewish. I don't have an accent, you know. But I would cut off my arm before I would do that, okay? Because that's in me. And that's not in every Jew in America. That's not even close. That's not even in 20% of the Jews in America. And we have to get that internalized more within the United States. That's the way we'll win the war against anti-Semitism, when Jews know what they're fighting for.
When we signed the Abraham Accords, if you compare the anti-Semitism that you see in US campuses to what you see in the countries of the Abraham Accords, where do you think there is more problem?
Well, listen, I can tell you because I've been, focusing very carefully on it the last few years. Think about, let's just pick, I think, the first one of our partners, which was the United Arab Emirates. Now, every person in the United Arab Emirates is getting their news from Al Jazeera, right? So they're watching day in and day out that Israel is killing women and children. That's the reporting every single day. And if ever there was an easy excuse for a country, for the Emirates to call the Israelis and say, you know what, guys, it was a good idea, but it's too much. We can't take it. Our entire population is moving against us. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen for an important reason, because in the Emirates, if you ask them, what's the Abraham Accords about? It's about the common battle that Israel and the Emirates and other moderate countries are facing, the common battle against radical Islamism. All right, it's the same battle in America, it's the same battle in the Emirates, the same battle in France, it's the same battle all around the world. And the Abraham Accords is going to hold, because not only did nothing occur in that war to cause anyone to reject the battle against radical Islamism, just the opposite. It caused every rational country to double down in their commitment to end radical Islamism.
And where does Saudi Arabia stand today for subject?
Next year we'll have that conversation. It's ongoing. It's ongoing, and I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic.
Yes.
But we're out of the time, but still I have to somehow try and get some politics answer. Do you think the immigration plan of Trump is going to work out?
I think if it doesn't work out, I think America is in a lot of trouble. Look, we're not quite yet where Europe is. No offense to Europe, but
immigration plan from Gaza.
The immigration from Gaza. I love it. And I think it's doable, by the way. I think, by the way, it's doable for two reasons. It's doable for two reasons. Number one, the simple reason is that Gaza is uninhabitable. It's got unexploded ordnance, and it's got buildings that are about to collapse. People can't live there. So that's the practical reason. But the other reason, even maybe more important, the only way that Israel really wins the war, the way that radical Islamists, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda or Hamas, the way they calibrate winning and losing is when they lose their land, and they have to lose their land.
Ambassador David Friedman, thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to invite my colleague and friend, Lital Shemesh.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Friedman. We now turn to one of the most complex challenges of our time. How does radical Islam fuel anti-Semitism in the West, and can we counter this incitement? Joining me for this vital discussion are four distinguished voices, each bringing unique expertise and perspective. Come up on stage. MEP Charlie Weimers, member of the European Parliament. MEP Dr. Kinga Gal, Vice Chair of Patriots for Europe. Dr. Eli David, AI researcher and entrepreneur. Mr. Luay Ahmed, journalist and columnist. And Mr. Meir Chaviv, former parliament member of the National Assembly in France. Thank you so much for joining me. So we're here to discuss this very important topic on how radical Islam is funding anti-Semitism activities, whether it's online, on social media, whether it's inside universities. And I would like to take each one of you to give me his take and his perspective, whether it's in France, in Europe, worldwide. How did we get to a situation where students in America who used to demonstrate for climate change are now demonstrating against Israel? Eli, maybe Dr. David, maybe you want to start.
Sure, thank you. I think there are two forces driving what we see, the encampments in the US universities and all the Free Palestine cult. One of them is the jihadist Islamist sect. Again, the same people who want to drive us out of here. There are some of them funding the universities, many of them are illegal immigrants, as Ambassador Friedman said, that the US is trying to kick out of the US. So that is one part of that. The other part is the current thing cult. The same idiots who were part of the climate cult until a while back, they are now part of the Free Palestine cult. Now, people like Greta Thunberg, now it's clear, they didn't care at all about the environment or the climate. It was just a stupid cult. And the same people have now moved to the Palestine cult. They don't know where is Palestine, where is Israel, where is Middle East. They cannot point it on the map, but they know that they're part of the thing. They are kind of more enlightened if they chant Free Palestine or Black Lives Matter or climate change. It's same stupidity and radical Islam. They are united together in Ivy League universities.
Yeah, incredible. And maybe, Luai, we'll get your perspective on what is happening in the Emirates, because I think, in a way, the Emirates is a good example of a process of a country who got closer to the West, who signed a peace agreement with Israel. Yet again, we have all those forces funding Islamic, extremist Islamic.
You're absolutely right. The UAE, even though it's not the perfect country and it does not have the best constitution and human rights, it is showing that there is hope in the Middle East. So the main why the Middle East is radical is because of two things. It is the mosques and it is the schools. It is the same mosques and schools that I grew up in and chanted kill the Jews in, chanted kill the Zionists in. And these mosques and schools are systematically teaching children to become Jew haters. And the problem that we have is that it's still ongoing right now. In Gaza, they are printing out new books this year during the war that say that the Houthis are heroes, and they have these cartoons of the Houthis being hero pirates. The UAE figured out the only way for them to maintain their economic prosperity is to get closer to the West. And what they're doing right now is, like I said, in Yemen and Gaza, you have imams that say, kill the Jews, kill the Zionists. The UAE gives their imams scripts that they have to read. And if an imam does not read the specific script that does not include violence and anti-Semitism and hatred towards women, these imams are jailed. Now, Charlie, what happens in Sweden when we have imams that preach anti-Semitism and sexism and all kinds of extremism? You don't touch them, because Sweden is a democracy and we respect human rights and we love Muslims and we love immigrants. So we tiptoe around these radical ideologies that are being imported from the Middle East to the West. So, yeah, that's right.
And in a way, I think, would you agree with me that the Western world is giving more power to people who are speaking for the extremist Islamic, and not for people like you who are pro-peace, pro-coexistence?
Absolutely. The West has paved the way for Islamism to take over. I mean, I'm sitting here on this panel with Charlie, and because we're coming from Sweden, we know how Sweden is the most extreme form of huge numbers of people coming from the Middle East. And we see that the Swedish government is completely helpless. They don't know what to do. What is happening right now is the Middle East is sending little Gazas to the West. And the Westerners are completely unaware of what's going on. So Europe has a huge challenge ahead of it. And I'm happy to see that Israel is at the forefront, fighting not only for the right for the Jewish people to exist, but the Western humanitarian rights. So
Yeah. Charlie, Kinga, can you shed some light about what is happening in Europe these days?
Well, let's see. Here we go. No? I will try to do that by using a phrase coined by Jewish Canadian Dr. Gad Saad, suicidal empathy. It sums it up pretty well. Now, I couldn't help but note that yesterday during Mr. Jonathan Greenblatt's address, which I commend him for doing, he alluded to forces that instrumentalize the fight against anti-Semitism for sinister purposes. Well, I guess he was referring to some of the parties, like mine, that recently had normalized relations with the State of Israel. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I used to be the chairman of the Young Christian Democrats of Sweden, some 15, 20 years ago, back when I was young and talented. At that time, the Young Christian Democrats wanted to commemorate the Kristallnacht. So they went there with an Israeli flag, and they were chased out of that manifestation because of that Israeli flag. In 2009, some of you remember that Sweden was to play Davis Cup tennis against Israel in the city of Malmö. And you might remember how terrified the Jewish population of Malmö were. And the comments by the Social Democratic mayor of Malmö, Mr. Ilmar Reepalu, who said, well, maybe the Jews of Malmö should think twice about their support for Israel. So this Islamo-leftism, I saw with my own eyes back when I was part of the establishment, if you will. I noted how the Forum for Living History, a government authority in Sweden 20 years ago, published statistics on the views on Jews in Sweden. And I was terrified to learn about the rise of anti-Semitism in immigrant groups. So what Foreign Minister Zaar said, what starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews, was something that I realized back then. It alarmed me, and maybe, just maybe, the treatment of Jews in today's Europe is the reason why people like me are not in those parties anymore that allowed this to happen, my friends. Maybe that's why we're here as representatives of Sweden Democrats and others. You know, so keep that in mind, and let me just say, it was the mandate from the Sweden Democrats that made it possible for me to fight funding, EU funding, of the Muslim Brotherhood in the European Parliament. And we're on the right way, and you know what? I'm proud to say that I, through the report I commissioned, stopped the funding with taxpayer money of the Islamic University of Gaza.
Incredible. Kinga.
It was eye-opening after the 7th of October, what's happening in the world and what's happening in the Western world. It would have been the place, the time for grievance, but it had to start fight here in Israel and fight for us in Europe. And we do it still then in the European Parliament every day. We fight against Islamist, radical Islam. We fight against the left who is helping this. And as I am vice president of the Hungarian ruling Fidesz party, I have to tell you that we decided in 2015 not to fall in the trap of the Western world. So we said that through Hungary, through the borders of Hungary, we will not allow illegal migrants. We will not allow radical Islam. And instead of getting help, instead of getting encouragement that we are not only protecting the borders of Hungary, but the external borders of Europe, that situation like in France, in Sweden, in Belgium, all over Europe should not happen. We got
Yeah, I think you can continue.
yeah, it works. We got procedure. We got court proceeding in front of the European Court. We got fines. We pay each day, today, yesterday, tomorrow, 1 million euros, because we still say that we won't allow illegal migrants through our borders. But you can count on us. And that is why today in Hungary we are different. We can say that the Jewish community has a safe haven now in Hungary. That is why we could invite Maccabee Games to be there, and players and visitors could come and be there. That is why we think that it's important that when in the West synagogues are burned down, we build them, and we have each week a Jewish cultural event. I think it is a difference. It is worth doing it. It is the only possibility what we can do, because this is righteous.
Amazing. May, let's talk about the situation of the Jews in France who are suffering tremendously with the radical Islam, with numerous of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic events.
Thank you. Sorry, first of all, for my English, which is not perfect, with my strong French accent, but I will try to do it in English. Thank you to open the light a little bit in this obscurity, Minister Shikli. I'm not worried for the Jew. I'm worried for my country, for France. You know what's the new slogan today in France in Place of République? From the river to the sea. You have every week hundreds of French people which demonstrate with that slogan. And the chief of the left party even don't know where is the Jordan. That's the point today. They kill 5 million in Congo. They kill almost 1 million in Syria, in Libya, in Iran, in Yemen, in everywhere. You know how many demonstrations you had in France? 0. Only for the Jew. And today, my country wants to shoot Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Defense Minister Gallant. I'm ashamed of my country. I tell you the truth. I love France. That's my country, but I'm a Jew. Israel will win the war, but I'm worried for France, what's happened today. Jordan Bardella, I'm not in his party, I am in the Republican Party. But what he said was very strong. Thank you also, Jordan, what he said. and you know, we will win that win. We will have to do this, all of us, together from our value, from France, from Europe, before it's almost too late. So awake, gentlemen. Thank you.
Amazing. And in the 5 minutes that we have left, let's talk about the solutions. Is there a solution to when today the average student is opening TikTok and we know millions and billions of dollars are being spent on anti-Semitic content? Qatar is funding anti-Semitism on campuses in America. What's the solution? How can we solve this problem?
Well, there is a combination of those actors which are intentionally funding these, for example, the Qataris and the Ivy League universities funded, many of them by them. And you have the kind of anti-Semitism propagated in social network. Now, on the social network, some people criticize Elon Musk for allowing that. But for all the pro-Israelis that are sitting here, all of us can attest that we'd rather be on a platform that has more free speech, like X, rather than other platforms that they censor us, and for any post by the anti-Semites, they remove 10 or 100 posts by our side, or they call us extreme right-wing just for saying sane opinions. So I don't think the free speech is the problem. I think it's actually good that each one of those students, if they have the heart and minds, as Ambassador Friedman alluded, they can find the information. We need to go to the source of the funding. Those actors who are not just propagating misinformation, they are funding to erode the basis of our Western civilization. That is the biggest problem.
Loai?
Asking for solutions is kind of wild because it's hard to find solutions to what's going on. I think my personal solution is to fight anti-Semitism and radical Islamism in my own circles and in social media. But what I would say to the Jewish community is continue to be yourself. Because from my understanding, I didn't know Jews before I moved to Sweden. And then when I moved to Sweden, I realized that, they didn't have horns, they didn't have tails, they were incredible human beings. But I also understood that being Jewish and what the Jewish community is all about, besides being a strong people, it's being beacons of light, education, science, technology. This country that they're trying to get rid of has published more academic and scientific research in the past 10 years than the entire Middle East. So my advice is to continue being yourselves and never be ashamed of who you are. So that's it.
Maybe some last words from you guys?
So my eyes are on the European Union as a member of the European Parliament, and as I said, we were able to stop the funding to the Islamic University of Gaza because even the European Commission understood how hard a sell it was to the taxpayer of Europe to tell them that you're funding chemistry lessons in a university run by Hamas. So to discover this funding, the personal unions between different Muslim Brotherhood front organizations through AI could be something. I'm just working on a new report that is going to be produced by Florence Bergeau-Blackler and Tommaso Virgili to be presented later this spring, uncovering new funding of the European Union to these Muslim Brotherhood organizations. But one thing we could do, and that we're seeing, that a lot of funds are being funneled to anti-Islamophobia organizations. And those of you that know the tactics of the Ikhwan, of the Muslim Brotherhood, you know that it's a catchword. They want to use it to shame all criticism of radical Islam. So to find every usage of that word in EU documents will be my mission. And before I'm done, the EU will have stopped using that word. That's a solemn promise. Thank you.
Kinga?
Let's thank Minister Shikli to be able to be present here. I think it's historic what's happening here, and we are grateful for that. And I think it's very important to look where the enemy is and where is not. It's also a lesson of these days. And the other thing that we have to follow what the Trump administration just started with just closing the USAID funding. Look at what's happening, what's coming out of that wardrobe, what kind of skeletons there are coming out. And still, the EU is doing the same. So we will have to ask to call for the EU to show what kind of NGOs, what kind of projects are funded, because we will find our skeletons in our closet also, wardrobe also. So I think it is very important that we show what we already started, to show that the textbooks are very important not to be financed by the European Union, those textbooks which are distributed in Gaza, because there the problem starts. I think that's also an important message, and that we are together. We have to fight together this for a long period, and I think we are strong enough if we are together on this. Thank you.
Beautifully spoken. Thank you so much for being with me in this panel. Thank you. And before I call upon the next speaker, Mr. Sylvan Adams, I would like to congratulate him on his recent nomination as President of the World Jewish Congress Israel region. As an Israeli-Canadian businessman and philanthropist, Mr. Adams has made a remarkable impact throughout his groundbreaking activities aimed at strengthening the Jewish state, the Jewish diaspora, and promoting Israel's positive image on the global stage. Most recently, in response to the events of October 7th, he made a historic $100 million donation to Ben Gurion University in the Negev to booster and rebuild Israel's hard-hit southern region. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sylvan Adams for his keynote address.
Dignitaries, foreign guests and friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are a funny people. We Jews remain deeply divided even in the face of hostile forces which surround us. This approach in ancient times led to the destruction of both of our holy temples. When we are united, we are unmatched. Witness the courageous actions of our people and sacrifice of our brave soldiers since the tragic events of October 7th, 2023. Hamas miscalculated, so did Hezbollah, and especially their patron, Iran. They thought that we would collapse under their vicious and barbaric attack, surrounded by their ring of fire. But when we are attacked, we stand together and cannot be defeated. I'm known in Israel as the guy who calls himself the self-appointed ambassador and tries to show the true face of the country that I know and love, the tolerant, generous, pluralistic, Western democratic nation to which I moved several years ago. Why would I have moved from Canada to a country that did not share those values? My experience with first-time visitors to Israel assures me that they are almost universally surprised and impressed by the country. Through large-scale events in popular activities such as music, culture, and sport, I was able to bring beautiful Israel into the homes of hundreds of millions of television viewers, essentially very large numbers of virtual first-time visitors to Israel via their screens. This surely helped our standing in the world, especially with the people that I call the silent majority. Normal, apolitical fans of music and sport who don't know much about us, but likely have a negative impression due to the actions of the haters and the unidimensional and sometimes very biased media coverage of our complex life here in the Middle East. As of February 18th of this year, the self-appointed ambassador was elected to a new role as president of the Israeli chapter of the World Jewish Congress. In this role, my mission is to work as a unifier and to try to bridge our differences, especially between Israel and its diaspora Jewish communities. The strength of our unity will defeat any enemy, including the anti-Semites. I emphasize, our only Jewish state, Israel, belongs to all Jews, both inside Israel and in the diaspora. Of course, our Jewish state is an inclusive one, with a 20% Arab minority that enjoys equal rights. While we still have a ways to go to fully integrate this minority, I think we've done a much better job than most Western nations that could learn a thing or two from Israel in this regard. I disagree with the critics of this conference who complained about the speaker list. I think that they are too focused on politics, whether someone is left or right-leaning and labeled an extremist. Anti-Semitism exists on both the left and right, as we are too often reminded. When I moved to Israel, I was asked, Sylvan, are you for the left or the right? My answer was simple. I am Zionist, you tell me. I think these labels misrepresent. In my case, I can be a lefty on some things while taking a more right view on others. The issues are not monolithic, neither is the Jewish community. So I congratulate you, Minister Shikli, for inviting political speakers from all stripes. We Jews need friends, and if members of the right or left dissociate themselves from and call out the anti-Semites, then I am happy that they've agreed to come to Israel to publicly express these views. Some of these parties will win elections in their respective countries, and their support for us will be enormously important. In fact, many Jews have and will vote for these parties and leaders, just as we saw with the re-election of President Donald Trump, who captured a significantly increased share of the Jewish vote in America, even if it was still less than a majority. Monsieur Jordan Bardella, bienvenue et merci énormément d'être venu à Jérusalem. Et pour vos mots puissants à l'égard du peuple juif. A very special thank you to Mr. Jordan Bardella for your visit and your brave words on behalf of the Jews. If you and Marine Le Pen stand up to defend our basic rights and freedoms, I am with you. To the critics in the Jewish communities of Europe and North America who have chosen to boycott this conference, complaining that they should have been consulted regarding the speaker list, it is my job at the WJC to ensure this communication. Please call on me. I can be your bridge to internally discuss these sensitive matters. Let's find common ground and engage new friends. We Jews are not the boycotters. No, it is the haters and the anti-Semites who encourage boycotts of our products, institutions, and our people. Jews are people of the book. We engage in debate, not boycott. So let's talk to each other. I am your bridge. October 7th revealed a latent anti-Semitism throughout the world that we thought had disappeared. This comes from a combination of radical, anti-Israel Muslims and their useful idiot ideological captives. No, they are not pro-Palestinian, as they claim. They don't complain about the apartheid system in Lebanon and Syria, where Palestinians can never get citizenship and are limited to living in ghettos labeled refugee camps. Nor are they pro-Muslim, as likewise, they did not demonstrate against Syria, where Assad killed 600,000 of his own people and displaced millions more. No, these demonstrators just hate Jews. Jews are the only minority against which, it seems, bigotry can be openly expressed in the name of free speech. Had the hateful demonstrations and tent camps that we've seen in the last year and a half been directed toward any other group, say, against the LGBTQ or visible minorities, these would have been shut down in a New York minute. But 3 generations after the post-Holocaust slogan of never again, it is fashionable to be anti-Semitic. As the son of Holocaust-surviving parents, I would never have believed this to be possible. As you can see, yes. As you can see from the photos, as a proud Zionist, in other words, Jewish patriot, I too have been targeted for loving my people and our nation state of Israel. These demonstrations are not spontaneous. Led by Qatar, Iran, and more recently China, there has been a 20-year campaign directed against us, funded by trillions of dollars. Beginning with the Qatari propaganda network of Al Jazeera, they also created a massive premeditated campaign to infiltrate Western universities and institutions that pushes an anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, anti-Western ideology that we have seen openly manifested since October the 7th in ugly demonstrations and tent camps. These activities have leaders, paid operatives, by the aforementioned sponsors, I repeat, Qatar, Iran, and China, who organize and fund these hideous activities. So no, Qatar is not our friend. If they were, they would have rounded up the billionaire Hamas scoundrels that they have been protecting. And while we're at it, if not the Qataris, why didn't the Biden administration send a contingent of troops from the large American military base in Doha to arrest Hamas leaders Khaled Meshal and the late Ismail Haniyeh? Considering that Hamas had murdered and kidnapped American citizens on October the 7th. They could have shipped these criminals to Guantanamo Bay. Don't you think this would have been a much better starting point for the negotiation for the release of our hostages? I think whether we support him in all of his policies or not, we can unequivocally thank President Trump for his strong actions on anti-Semitism. Including having recently concluded a deal with Columbia University that my daughter and son-in-law went to regulate campus activity that will constrain these organized anti-Semitic groups. I am confident that given the financial measures that the Trump administration has clairvoyantly imposed, the majority of American universities will likely follow suit and take similar steps to what Columbia has agreed. Perhaps this will also spill over to European institutions. We also thank President Trump and his pro-Israel cabinet for their strong support of Israel. We have never had a better friend in the White House. This should not be a controversial statement in the Jewish world. Finally, and most importantly, we will keep our Jewish values and continue to be a force for good in the world. We suffered unimaginable brutality at the hands of cruel, monstrous Gazans on October the 7th. As we did in the aftermath of this pogrom, I call on all parties, all Jews, to seek common ground and unite. We can defeat any enemy, including anti-Semitism, and continue to be a light unto the world. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. In an age where fake news travels faster than facts, distinguishing truth from narrative has become more crucial. We are now honored to welcome a journalist who has made it his mission to expose deception and bring the truth to the light, even when it challenges powerful institutions. Recently, he revealed shocking distortions in a BBC documentary about Gaza. This investigation not only called out journalistic malpractice, but also demonstrated how false narratives can can fuel dangerous anti-Semitism around the world. Please join me in welcoming Mr. David Collier, an investigative journalist, for an insightful interview on the truth, the media, and responsibility. David, please. Thank you for joining us for this important interview. David Collier, such an incredible job in exposing the truth about anti-Semitism. I think he deserves an applaud. You are one of the top leading figures when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism. What was the thing that surprised you the most during your job?
Firstly, thanks for inviting me. There's a lot of people here. I think the thing that has surprised me, and I've been doing this a long time now, is that it's far worse than we actually believe that it is. I mean, we take the recent BBC documentary. We go after them sometimes because they make a mistake with a headline or they've interviewed the wrong person. But the truth is, from the start of the supply chain, the information supply chain in Gaza, to whether it's the BBC or CNN or Guardian, the entire supply chain is toxic. It's working. What's happening is not an accident, it's a feature of the problem. They are there and they are deliberately distorting the news.
They are deliberately.
It's absolutely deliberate. They're taking this from Gaza. Now, we should know, and everybody intelligent person knows, that every single thing that comes out of Gaza is Hamas propaganda. And yet it's turning up on the pages either of the newspapers or on the BBC or on Sky News or CNN or the NYT every single day. So yes, it has to be deliberate.
Yes. I mean, if you compare the anti-Semitism today in the UK, but also generally in Europe compared to 20 years ago, what is the percentage of anti-Semitism today, again, compared, decades ago?
Okay, the first thing we have to understand is the anti-Semitism didn't start on October the 7th. It's been around for a long time. I remember reading a book in about 1993 by David Bardella called Eye on the Media, which was looking at media distortion then. The biggest differences that we have in the West today, one is the rise of the Islamist communities in Europe, and the other is the left jumping off the progressive cliff. And it's the combination of these two. But we have to understand as well, we're not talking about just people or communities. These people have jobs. The Islamists, they work in media, they work in the NGOs, they work in schools, they work in universities. And this is driving, not just in the media, but across the board, anti-Semitism on a scale that we have never seen before, well, not never seen before, but recently in Europe.
When you worked in your job, in your battle against what happened in the BBC, were you afraid?
There have been moments, but no, I mean, look, it's a job that has to be done. We have to stand up, we have to be proud, and we have to fight these lies every single place that they turn up. We must be in every single room that they are, challenging them every step of the way.
But how can we do it? I mean, you're saying that they are everywhere, in the media, in the most powerful platforms. How can we do it when they are in those key places?
Look, we don't have a choice in this fight. We didn't choose it. We're here. This is the fight that's in front of us. We shouldn't question ourselves. We shouldn't let other people define us. We shouldn't let other people tell us who we can talk to and who we can't talk to. We should be proud of who we are. We should fight. Just keep fighting because we have no choice but to do so. We shouldn't question it.
You're a journalist today in Europe. Is it easier to go with the anti-Israel, anti-Zionist perception, or is it easier to be like, with the truth?
Media is just a part of wider society, so the same is true across the board. It's easier to be a teacher that hates Israel. It's easier to be an academic that hates Israel. It's easier to be a journalist that hates Israel. Far easier, yes.
What was the event? What was the moment when you understood that you are going to expose what's going on in the BBC?
Well, I've been on the BBC for a long time. They produced this documentary. It came out about 9 o'clock on a Monday evening. I immediately started looking to see who the people were. And the child they used, the narrator of this BBC documentary, I spent a few hours trying to get to the bottom of his identity. And about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, it was a sleepless night, about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I realized this child, the child that the BBC had used as the narrator, was a child of a key Hamas official. So basically the BBC had taken public-funded money and handed it to a Hamas family.
And when you realized that, what was your first thinking?
Okay, my first thinking, I sent messages at about 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got them on my WhatsApp, where all I did was OMG with exclamation marks, because I was still working on it, but I knew I had them. And I knew that this time, the issue with this one, and why it is so unique, is that it's the entire supply chain. They failed. The BBC's failure on this one is so catastrophic. It covers every single part of the information supply chain, going all the way up to the top BBC executives.
And what was the BBC first reaction?
Well, their first reaction was just to stutter and stumble and mumble. They realized quite quickly they were in trouble. And it took them several days to take the document. I mean, we actually got them. They didn't come out with a half apology. They've taken the documentary down. They're now investigating to see what happened. And even when they come back, because they're not going to come back with a response that's going to be strong enough for us, when they finally come back after doing the investigations, we need to push them and have a very serious conversation about what has gone so wrong with the BBC, with the British state broadcaster.
But did you see an evolution in the way that they are handling this event?
Well, not this event. I mean, in evolution, we see a progressively deteriorating BBC over the years. I mean, the other issue we have to address is that so many of our journalists today used to work for places like Al Jazeera. If you employ a lot of ex-Al Jazeera staffers, your own product is eventually going to start looking like Al Jazeera.
But do you think today, the BBC, after what you did, do you think they are more responsible?
I think they're going to... No, I don't think much has changed because it's the institution. They don't want to change. They know they've been caught. And the problem is their product is the product. It's what they want to push out. They want to push out anti-Israel propaganda, and that is what they push out on a daily basis.
But where does it come from? This desire to push and to promote anti-Israel propaganda?
Well, it comes from, you have the hard left mindset. So on the one hand, and this is not just the BBC, you can look at NGOs like Amnesty have made the same mistake. They employ hard left progressives on the one hand, and on the other hand, they also employ Islamists. These are the people that are pushing the content. If these are the people that are pushing the content, we should not be surprised at the information that's coming out.
And do you feel that your work has an influence not only on the BBC, but also, on other media platforms?
I hope so. You know, it's not just me. There are others fighting, but we have to pick them up every time they make a mistake. We have to pick them up every time they lie. We have to take the journalists that they're using and we have to expose them as the anti-Semites that they are. We have to turn around, when they hold up these doctors in Gaza and say this is a doctor, we have to turn around and say, you don't become the head of a hospital in Gaza unless you are connected to Hamas or Islamic Jihad. And we have to do it every time they write an article.
I have to ask you, do you think that for us it's a foreign media platforms, are they relying on Israeli media platforms?
Apart from Haaretz? You see? This is the problem. The problem is that we have the BBC's best friend and the Guardian's best friend and the New York Times' best friend and Amnesty International's best friend is Haaretz newspaper every time. No? So yes, they'll only they don't want to know about anything else, because all they have to do is hold up Haaretz, and they know Haaretz is going to be saying exactly what they want Haaretz, like they want to be saying.
And what is the influence of the BBC, for example, about other media platforms?
And here we have the big problem. Why the BBC is different is because the BBC is the gold standard. Everybody relies on the BBC. The BBC does more damage than any other media platform. When it publishes something, the thing is reposted, always goes viral, whatever it is. So I believe personally that the BBC has done more to spread anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom than any other outlet.
If you can elaborate about the connection as you see it between the media platforms, the BBC, to the politics, to the Labour Party, to other movements in the UK.
Well, it is a network. You're right, and I mean they've been called the community of the good. You know, so they see themselves as being ethically and morally superior to everybody else. So anybody that isn't part of their little network is excluded. Everybody who doesn't agree with what they say is either an Islamophobe. They start making up words. The new word is anti-Palestinian racist, for example. But they make up these words. Everybody is far right. Everybody is a racist. But within their own network, it all works. They're all connected. So yes, the BBC, the Labour Party would be relying on the BBC and on the Guardian and outlets like that, basically as part of its own propaganda campaigns.
And yeah, I mean, on October 7, given everything you say, I mean, the anti-Semitism in those media platforms didn't begin yesterday. But in October 7, you weren't surprised from what happens in the street of London?
No, because this isn't. It has. I mean, I was surprised by October the 7th. You know, but look, what we're seeing, they've been working on for decades. It's been I mean, they went for academia first, I think. So we ended up with universities rotten to the core, academia that teaches students. Sorry, get that? No,
Thank you, David. I am honored to invite Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address us. Please rise in honor of the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Minister Shikli, thank you for hosting this conference. And all of you, distinguished guests who have come here. I want to start with two words: thank you. Thank you for coming to Jerusalem. Thank you for standing with Israel. Thank you for standing with the Jewish people. Thank you for standing with the forces of civilization against the forces of barbarism. I say barbarism because anti-Semitism is a disease carried by barbarians that threaten all civilized societies. After the Holocaust, it was often said that few, if any, foresaw its horrors. This is patently not true. Herzl saw it at the turn of the 20th century. He wrote more than 30 times about the impending destruction of European Jewry. He wrote, and I quote, "The stone is rolling down the mountain slope to the bottom, the absolute bottom. Will there be devastation? Will there be confiscation? Will they expel us? Will they murder us? I anticipate all these things and more." Jabotinsky, a student of Herzl, saw this clearly. In 1938, he stood in Warsaw and issued a final desperate call to his fellow Jews. He said, "You are blind, you do not see, but those who do see, save yourselves, leave now." Another person who saw it was my father, the late Professor Ben-Zion Netanyahu. He issued his own prescient warning 5 years earlier, in 1933, with the rise of Hitler. He was 23 years old, and he wrote what appears, in hindsight, to be an astonishing prophecy. I quote, "Racial anti-Semitism is inciting a global war against the existence of the Jews as a race that poisons human society. If racial anti-Semitism spreads, it will not only endanger Jewish rights, but the existence of Jewish people everywhere. In the face of the Holocaust facing the Jewish people, the Holocaust," my father wrote, "our role is to repeatedly remind the entire world what Germany is inculcating to its own sons. We can only crush racial anti-Semitism if we prove that German racism is not directed at Jews alone. We must convince others that Hitler's attacks on the Jews of Germany is an attack on human society as a whole." End quote. Perhaps the history of the 20th century and the fate of multitudes, including 6 million Jews, would have been different if more had paid heed to such warnings at the time. Today we issue a similar warning. The fate of free societies is tied to their willingness to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism. For anti-Semitism legitimizes and unleashes wanton violence against a part of human society just because of the identity of its members. Not because of anything they do, but because of who they are. And once this principle is practiced on one group, it has no limits. 80 years ago, this deadly virus destroyed a third of the Jewish people. Its virulent mutations under the Nazis claimed the lives of millions more, until it was stamped out by unrelenting Allied military force. Now this hatred has reemerged. It has reemerged through its radical Islamist carriers in Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Gaza, and elsewhere. These anti-Semites wish to destroy not only the Jewish state, they seek to destroy the forces of modernity in the Arab and Muslim world. They seek to drag it back to a primitive and violent medievalism. Nowhere was this fanaticism better demonstrated than on October 7th. The Hamas monsters who attacked us on that day beheaded our men, raped our women, and burnt our babies. They took 251 innocent people hostage, including grandmothers, including their grandchildren. We brought back 196 of these hostages, 147 of them alive. We are determined to bring all of them home. But here's what we learned that day, for those who needed to learn it. We learned that if they could, these savage Hamas killers would murder all of us, down to the last man, woman, and child. And this hatred, as Chancellor Scholz of Germany told me, he said, they're not different from the Nazis. They're exactly the same as the Nazis. That is true. But today, the Jewish people are in a different position from where we were on the eve of the Holocaust. The Holocaust comprised of 5,000 October 7th. 5,000. The scattered and defenseless Jewish people were totally powerless to resist it. This is not the case today. Today we have a state. Today we have an army. Today we can defend ourselves. And today we do defend ourselves. Our brave soldiers, our brave, incredibly brave soldiers, rolled back the terrorist tide. They boldly fight against our would-be destroyers. For 18 months, they have fought like lions on 7 fronts. On October 7th, we were surprised. We had a terrible, terrible massacre. And many believed that Israel was on the verge of extinction. Nasrallah put it very clearly. He said the Jewish state, the Jewish army, that's no more than a spider's web, and it could be easily swept aside. Well, a year and a half later, Nasrallah is gone, Haniya is gone, Sinwar is gone, Def is gone, and Assad is gone. We have battered Hamas. We have brought Hezbollah to its knees. We destroyed the remnants of Syria's army. We hit the Houthis with the great help of our American allies. And we exposed Iran's vulnerability. We have changed, we are changing the face of the Middle East. We are giving it a new future. Yet as we win the war against the forces of anti-Semitism in the Middle East, the fires of anti-Semitism rage in the heart of Western civilization. They rage in Europe's capitals, in the Western press, in social media. They rage in America's elite universities. I went to one of them. I can't believe that in Boston, in Cambridge, in MIT where I went to school, in nearby Harvard, in Columbia in New York, and elsewhere, people are demonstrating with passion. These ignorant demonstrators. Who are they demonstrating for? For these murderers, these rapists, these mass killers. This is a reflection of a deep rot that has pervaded the intellectual hub of free societies. And this vilification of Israel, the Jewish people, and Western values has been propagated by a systemic alliance between the ultra-progressive left and radical Islam. It must be resolutely fought by civilized societies to safeguard their future. This is why we must all commend President Trump's decisive actions against anti-Semitism, and we must pressure other governments to do the same. I know that you share this resolve to fight anti-Semitism. That's why you're here. That's why I salute your coming here to Jerusalem. to express your refusal to cower before anti-Semitism. Now you have come from many lands. I welcome all those from across the political spectrum, be they from the left or from the right, who realize that anti-Semitism is intrinsically evil and that it threatens their own future. I salute you for coming to Jerusalem. And as for the Jewish people, well, many wonder why anti-Semitism has persisted from the Middle Ages down to modern times. The answer to this is complex, but it has two powerful and prominent elements. Throughout the course of their wanderings, the Jewish people suffered from a deadly duality. They were prominent, but they were also weak. And this deadly duality invited envy and aggression with horrendous consequences down the ages. The nations of the world have long been habituated to regard the Jew as a helpless victim, totally powerless before plunder, pillage, and pogrom. Well, you know from your own lives and from the lives of nations, old habits die hard. Sometimes it takes more than a generation to effect a change of perception. Our tormentors are now undergoing a change of perception. They realize a simple truth. We are no longer powerless. We are no longer weak. As Herzl predicted in 1896, the Maccabees, he said, the Maccabees will rise again. The Jews who wish for a state will have it. We shall live at last as free men on our own soil. The world will be freed by our liberty, enriched by our wealth, magnified by our greatness. And whatever we accomplish there for our own welfare will powerfully benefit all of humanity. All this has happened. Israel is a fount of innovation, of progress, which we share with all of humanity. But the most important change is this. Our soldiers are truly the modern Maccabees. We refuse to surrender to terrorism. We do not bow our head to anti-Semitism. We fight back. We do so on the battlefields of the Middle East, and with your help, we will fight anti-Semitism on the intellectual and political battlefields of the world. There is only one basic requirement for winning this war. I was recently in Washington, where I met President Trump, but I took time to meet 50 Jewish students, the leaders of tomorrow. They told me how they were being harassed on campus, violently harassed. One student told me that he was facing the dean of the university, who invited one of the Hamas killers to give a lecture in an elite American university. And I said, well, what are you doing about it? He said, I'm suing him. I said, good for you. This is exactly what you should be doing. Do not apologize. Do not bow your head. Stand strong. Stand together. And I say this to all of you. Thank you for your clarity. Thank you for your courage. God bless you all. God bless the Jewish people. And God bless the many friends of Israel here and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for honoring us, Prime Minister Netanyahu, with your presence. Thank you, distinguished speakers, for participating in the thought-provoking and inspiring sessions. I'm sure you all join me in expressing our gratitude to Minister Amichai Shikli and his team, as well as to Galit Wahaba Shashu, Director of the Directorate for National Events and Ceremonies at the Prime Minister's Office, and her team, and to the Pro Market Production team. And of course, thank you, dear audience, for being here this afternoon. You are all invited to the following reception and to Ambassadors of Truth, the International Conference on Combating Antisemitism closing event featuring Mr. Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Ms. Erin Mullen, Ms. Ayan Hirshi Ali, and more. Thank you so much, and goodbye.
מאז שעזבת, הרבה השתנה כאן. זהו זמן